844-619-SAFE.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer Chicago.
President Biden will go to Israel tomorrow. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. As the war rages against Hamas terrorists,
he's deployed 2 aircraft carrier groups and other military assets to the region.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Tel Aviv. More than 2,000 U.S. troops are on standby to go to help in a support non-combat role. As for the president's trip,
the first head of state to visit Israel since Hamas launched their deadly attacks on October 7th. He'll then head to Jordan to meet with Arab leaders, including the Palestinian Authority president, about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The White House says the trip will also serve as a warning to other countries in the region not to take advantage of the vulnerable situation.
Fox's Brooke Sigmund. Iran has warned it could take action if Israel doesn't stop bombing Gaza, where a ground invasion is expected. Fox's Trey Yinks near that border reports
the Iranian threats could be part of the reason the operation into Gaza did not yet begin. We know today 17 mortars were fired by the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, and also 2 anti-tank guided missiles fired once again into northern Israel.
Nearly 2,800 Palestinians have died in the conflict in Gaza, with hundreds of thousands in shelters. About 1,400 Israelis have been killed as Hamas holds nearly 200 people hostage. There was a terror attack in Brussels. A man who claimed to be a member of ISIS shot and killed 2 Swedish soccer fans near a stadium last night. Police hunted him down, shot him dead this morning. House Republicans vote today for a new speaker, 2 weeks after 8 Republicans, backed by Democrats, voted Kevin McCarthy out. Steve Scalise fell short last week. Now they're considering Jim Jordan. He met with colleagues yesterday.
I felt good walking into the conference. I feel even better now. We got a few more people we want to talk to, listen to.
Some Republican holdouts now back Jordan.
That list includes Alabama Republican Mike Rogers, an ally of ousted Speaker Kevin McCarthy and the chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. Still, several House Republicans have indicated they intend to withhold support.
That's Jared Halpern. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are clear. We have some fog this morning, 42 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Loved ones are saying goodbye to the 6-year-old Palestinian American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered yesterday for the funeral of Wadea El-Fayumi at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
When he was dead, he was last words to his mom. Mom, I'm fine. You know what? He is fine. He's in a better place.
The uncle of Wadea speaking at a funeral, and mourners also gathered along with Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago's mayor in attendance. Investigators say Wadea was killed by his family's landlord, who also attacked his mother. Police allege the victims were targeted for being Muslim. Federal hate crime investigation has been launched. Meantime, bail denied for that Will County landlord, Joseph Chuba, who appeared in court yesterday on charges of murder, attempted murder, aggravated battery, and committing a hate crime. More than 100 gathered last night for a prayer vigil, solidarity, and rally for victims in Israel.
I could drag him away from the front right now, and he would break his chains to go to the front. His fellow soldiers would do the same.
Rabbi Shalom Nodak organized the event where that father spoke in Wheeling. It began with a prayer vigil for those held hostage, murdered, wounded, and displaced during the Israel-Hamas war.
Prayer is from the heart in any language that you pray.
The vigil was marked by the word that Hamas terrorists could release some non-Israeli hostages. Security was tight to ensure a safe environment. Mayor Brandon Johnson will continue to ignore the crisis on the nation's southern border and is turning down an opportunity to join a delegation heading to Texas this week. An aide to the mayor says he has decided to stay in Chicago on focus on the ongoing illegal migrant crisis here.
What we're doing is we're sending a small delegation to begin some preliminary conversations with local stakeholders there who are responsible for transit.
The group will be visiting the Texas cities of El Paso, San Antonio, McAllen, and Brownsville beginning today. The purpose, as you heard, is to push local agencies in Texas to alert city agencies when buses are being sent. Former Chicago Alderman Danny Solis is expected to take the witness stand in the upcoming corruption trial of ex-city Alderman Ed Burke. Burke's attorneys have filed a motion of their intended plan. Solis secretly recorded Burke, who is charged with racketeering. The trial begins November 6. Residents on the west side are still fighting for the return of programs to Amundsen Park after the city changed course on plans to use the field house to house illegal migrants. Tyrena Newkirk Sutton is with the local NAACP chapter on the west side.
They do not have the capacity nor the resources, and it is not right that they are taking them from communities across the city of Chicago.
Galewood homeowners say they worry cuts to park hours and programs are precursors to the city actually converting the park into a full-time migrant shelter. A Jackson State University student from the Chicago area is dead following a shooting on the Mississippi campus over the weekend. Jalen Burns was a graduate of Hillcrest High in Country Club Hills before going on to Jackson State. He was a senior. A man arrested at O'Hare Monday after making direct threats toward the airport. According to police, they responded to a disturbance after noon in Terminal 1, where a male offender had become angry. Police confirmed they made an arrest and secured the terminal. Chicago Board of Ethics is fining Alderman Jim Gardner $20,000. The fine comes after the Northwest Side alderman was accused of retaliating against a constituent by directing city staff to issue bogus citations against the resident for overgrown weeds and rodents in 2019. That viral social media trend, the Kool-Aid Man Challenge, strikes again in Northwest Indiana. 4 juveniles were taken into custody Sunday, the teens apparently imitating the act of the Kool-Aid Man who would break through walls and fences and damage property. On Sunday, around 1:20 a.m., police in St. John, Indiana, found 6 broken fence panels, then used canines to track down and arrest 4 teens. Another broken fence on Sunday resulted in $5,000 in damage, and police continue to investigate. The Blackhawks score 3 goals in the second period of a 4-1 win over the Maple Leafs in Toronto. After Toronto tied up that game, Corey Perry and Tyler Johnson both scored to put the Hawks up by 2 heading into the third when Taylor Radish added a goal. Hawks visit the Avalanche on Thursday night to close their season-opening road trip. Bears probably won't have their quarterback for Week 7 against the Las Vegas Raiders. That's hard to say. X-rays confirmed Justin Fields dislocated his thumb during Chicago's 19-13 loss to the Vikings on Sunday. Tyson Bagent is in line to make his first NFL start if Fields cannot go. National League Championship Series baseball. Kyle Schwarber does it again.
The all-star starter in the National League this year. Kyle Schwarber ready to lead off. First ball swinging, and there it goes. An ambush by Schwarber, and it's 1-0 Phillies.
First pitch, home run. How'd you like him back, Cub fans? Schwarb's on the first pitch, first inning. Phillies never look back en route to a 5-3 win over Arizona in Game 1. Cowboys fend off the Chargers in Monday Night Football 20-17. Doesn't mean a whole lot, but the first installment of the men's college basketball poll is out. Kansas #1. Purdue got 5 first-place votes, ranked second. Duke, Michigan State, and defending champion UConn round out the top 5. The Illini ranked number 25. They will face #1 Kansas in a charity scrimmage on October 29th in Champaign. They will also face off against number 5 Marquette in the non-conference schedule. The news, a service of Indeed.com. Fall into a hiring spree with Indeed. Attract, interview, and hire candidates. Sponsor a job and instantly receive a short list of quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
The Sean Thompson Show.
Our debt sits at $33 trillion. We've got a dementia-ridden moron, corrupt, the most obvious corrupt asset of enemies, foreign and domestic, this country's ever seen, pretending and staggering through the presidency. There's more nonsense. There's more chaos. There's more failure. And that is the smokescreen to cover up the most illegitimate government that this country has ever even imagined.
The Sean Thompson Show, weekday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
This decade is looking like the worst one to retire or be retired in. For more than 30 years, Bob Carlson's Retirement Watch has been helping Americans invest, protect, and grow their assets. Subscribe to Retirement Watch and you'll get 3 months of Bob Carlson's Retirement Watch newsletter, 5 model portfolios, 5 free reports covering issues like estate planning and annuities to help you protect your money from the government and grow your nest egg, all for just $19.95. Sign up today at yourretirementwatch.com. yourretirementwatch.com.
You're smart, you're busy, and don't have time to waste on the mainstream media cycle. Salem News Channel breaks that cycle. Topics that matter from hosts worth watching. Dinesh D'Souza, Andrew Wilkow, Brandon Tatum, and more. Open debate and free speech you won't find anywhere else. Salem News Channel. Not like the other guys. Watch anytime on any screen. Free 24/7. Find everything you need to know at snc.tv. That's snc.tv.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
It's 5:12. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. 8094, an accident just reported. 2 center lanes are blocked. It is westbound on 8094 right at I-65. You've got stop-and-go traffic from Central to the accident site. Stevenson jam solid already. Ashland into the Dan Ryan merge, 23 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today, mostly sunny skies. High today at 61. Partly cloudy for tonight, though, 47. Partly sunny, nice day tomorrow. A bit breezy, high 69. Clouds and showers Thursday. High Thursday at 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Clear skies, some fog developing. 42 at O'Hare, 47 Lakefront, 33 in Aurora, and 36 in Naperville. Your next news update is at 5:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560. The Answer.
Ask any old football player or fan, and they'll tell you offense wins games, but defense wins championships. Sean Thompson here, and you know who else knows that. It's Tom Fortino of Alpha Wealth Group. He knows winning doesn't just happen. It's a result of having a good coach who draws up the right strategy and then makes adjustments along the way. So think of Tom as your retirement defensive coordinator, protecting your retirement savings against inflation, market loss, or a pick six from Uncle Sam. With Tom's complimentary retirement roadmap, you'll find out what's working in your game plan or what's not. If you're serious about winning in retirement, call 630-934-1855. Ask for the retirement roadmap. That's 630-934-1855. Or find Tom online at alphawealthgroup.com And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour right here on AM 560 The Answer, Saturday mornings at 9 a.m.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, RWA, an SEC registered investment advisor. RWA and Alpha Wealth Group are independent of each other. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Commercial and industrial HVAC system replacements demand the best in the business. And R.J. Ullman Company's team of skilled tradesmen are the best in the business. Their specialty is full-service commercial HVAC, and they'll get your job done right with sheet metal ductwork and fittings designed and built by their in-house fab shop to give you customized quality and speed. Made in the USA. R.J. Ullman Company is a family-owned fourth-generation commercial and institutional union HVAC contracting company located in Glenview that's been built on trust and dedication, serving the Chicagoland area since 1972. Contact R.J. Ullman Company for quality and quick turnaround commercial HVAC projects. Need a rooftop unit replaced? They pride themselves on being able to change out most units in just one day. Customized ductwork and fitting orders can be placed in the morning and arrive on the job site the very next day. Remember, their work is not complete until you're 100% satisfied. Go to rjullman.com. That's RJOLMEN.com.
Dan Proft here. When it comes to health, there are numbers every man needs to know, including our testosterone number. I recommend going to Low T Center. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with their on-site lab, you'll know your results in about 25 minutes. Low testosterone levels can make you feel tired and grumpy, can cause lack of motivation and drive. It can raise your cholesterol, cause weight gain, and loss of muscle mass. Go to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment today. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
Have you been struggling to find an easy, safe, and secure document scanning solution for Salesforce.com, Microsoft 365, SharePoint, or OnBase by Highland? Your struggle is now over, and it's time to get your documents and operations into the 21st century with IoT Smart Connected Scanning. It's easy to turn physical paper into digital documents and have them directly uploaded to the cloud with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. And you don't need a degree in computing or IT to make it happen. Using QR code technology uniquely configured for your specific business, anyone can set the IoT Smart Connected Scanning device up in 5 minutes or less, saving your organization money and valuable time. Remote employees can even capture documents and send them safely and seamlessly. Organize documents efficiently and securely with IoT Smart Connected Scanning from IDT. To see a demo or to order now, go to ready4idt.com. That's ready4idt.com. Use promo code SMART and receive 10% off your order. IDT, putting paper in its place.
When you're serious about your concealed carry training and education and are ready to learn from an active police officer with a teaching degree, check out Illinois Concealed Carry Training in Midlothian. You'll learn safe, responsible firearm use, home defense planning, conflict avoidance, situational awareness, and how to remain physically, morally, and financially safe in the event you must use your firearm in self-defense or the defense of another. Weekday and weekend classes available.
I'm Sergeant Gary Carr, police firearms trainer and the owner of Illinois Concealed Carry Training. We'll arm you with what really counts, knowledge and training. All concealed carry curriculums are not created equal. This may be the single most important decision you'll ever make for yourself and your loved ones. Choose between 3 and 16-hour classes that are available both weekdays and weekends. We are your one-stop for concealed carry classes, fingerprints, and legal defense plans.
Register for a class today and get 10% off class fees with promo code AM560. Visit IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. That's IllinoisConcealedCarry.com. You can't live forever, but your legacy can. For over 185 years, families have trusted Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago, with 47 locations throughout Cook and Lake counties, to set their legacies in stone. A prepaid cemetery plan locks in today's prices and safeguards against rising inflation. Visit CatholicCemeteryChicago.org or call 708-236-5490 to schedule a free consultation today.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. Saturday mornings at 11. Visit healthquestradio.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Interesting canaries in the coal mine in off-year elections before a presidential. We talked about Glenn Youngkin in particular in the midterms, in advance of the midterms in 2021, leading into the midterms, and what that may portend for Republican chances in 2022. And it did to some extent, although, of course, the midterms were disappointing. We've got another sort of case study, and you don't want to extrapolate too much from one state when you're thinking about a national election that we'll have next year. But it is interesting to note what happened in Louisiana with Attorney General Jeff Landry winning the jungle primaries they have for governor in Louisiana. And getting a majority vote in doing so, such that there was no need for a runoff. Big difference, too, lest you forget, Louisiana, yes, it's a red state when it comes to presidential elections, but at the state level, that clearly hasn't been the case because Jeff Landry is now set to succeed a two-term Democrat governor, John Bel Edwards, who's a little bit of a beneficiary of circumstance, poor Republican candidates that he faced. But nonetheless, it also signals perhaps the last of a dying breed of Democrats who are not completely beholden to the new Marxist base of their party. So John Bel Edwards, 4 years ago, won 52-48 in the runoff, but the GOP candidates in the primary split the vote, wound up with about 51% to 47% over the two Dems before the runoff. So, again, if no single candidate gets a majority, they go to a runoff. So 4 years ago, the two Republican candidates amassed a slight majority, and then John Bel Edwards ended up beating the Republican Rasponi in the runoff. But this time, the Republican candidates had 65% of the vote together, to the Dems 28.5%, a 36-point margin. They went from about a 4-point margin in 2019 to a 36-point margin in 2023. That's something. And it also speaks to a lot of the working class blue dog Democrats that live in a place like Louisiana, who are not dissimilar to working class blue dog Democrats in other parts of the country, including parts of swing states that could be determinative in next year's election, that may be moving hard towards the center right. Also, it also speaks to perhaps a lack of enthusiasm among black voters. What happened in Louisiana? Dems were off 330,000 votes from 4 years ago. So a lack of enthusiasm among black voters. Louisiana has a significant black population for the Democrat Party.
That's huge. 330,000?
Yeah, so maybe we didn't get like sort of our COVID Biden reckoning in places like Illinois, maybe to some extent in the suburbs around the country, which led to the disappointing results in the midterms. But maybe it's coming in 2024.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. You could also reach us on our text line, all morning long at 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
I'll tell you what, you've got another bellwether in that Kentucky governor's race between a popular attorney general, a la Landry in Louisiana, this time Daniel Cameron in Kentucky, facing off against an incumbent, Dem in Beshear, who presents himself as sort of this moderate, I'm not beholden to the socialist Spice Girls and the rest of the crazies in my party. That's going to be very interesting, because if it goes the same way that Louisiana did, which very well might. Now, Daniel Cameron, you've seen him before. He spoke at the RNC, young, black gentleman, good educational pedigree, is thoughtful, well-spoken. He's a good candidate, and he could be a real superstar if he's able to defeat Beshear. But if that happens in Kentucky, combined with what's happened in Louisiana, it doesn't say, well, it's just Kentucky and just Louisiana, and of course those are red states when it comes to the presidential. Right, but you have to look at the subtext and the demographics, because the demographics in different states are not, the different cohorts that comprise the demographics are not dissimilar people with dissimilar interests. And so a lot of those blue dog Democrats in places like suburban Kentucky, just like suburban Louisiana, not dissimilar to a lot of similarly disposed voters in suburban Georgia, swing state, suburban North Carolina, swing state, just for example. Not to mention, it'll be interesting to see, because you have sizable black populations in Kentucky, like in Louisville. Well, are they excited? Are they excited to protect Beshear? Are they excited about the party to which they generally affiliate? It's just sort of indicators. Again, matchups and personalities and all the qualifiers. But it does say something's afoot, and maybe it's that reckoning that was forestalled in 2022. By the way, it's happening internationally, too. New Zealand. New Zealand, the Jacinda Ardern realm, one of the most obnoxious and high-hatting COVIDians in the world, the last 3 years. Jacinda Ardern. Hands
down, they won the prize, yeah.
Well, she suddenly resigned, you'll remember.
Mm-hmm.
Then her Labor Party cohort named Chris Hipkins succeeded her. He was sort of milquetoasty. He was not as iconoclastic as Ardern when it came to COVIDian policies. He was trying to mollify some who felt a bit slighted by her heavy-handedness. Well, they got pounded. So the centre-right National Party in New Zealand, led by a former airline executive named Christopher Luxon, amassed a plurality, 40% of the ballots, to Labour's something in the low 20s. So a reckoning in New Zealand, and that is substantially over COVID policies over the last 3 years. That country was locked down. Maybe between New Zealand and Australia, no two countries were more locked down than those two. One more. Just to start the day with some optimism about the possibility of a reckoning, particularly in a state like Illinois, where that possibility seems terribly remote, doesn't it? Ecuador. With more than 97% of the votes counted from this week's runoff election, a 35-year-old businessman, he's the heir to a banana fortune, Daniel Noboa, will become the next president of Ecuador, the youngest in that country's history, defeating leftist in the process. And again, so the backdrop here of a South American country rejecting leftism, because not all have recently. The murder rate in Ecuador quadrupled between 2018 and 2022.
Wow.
And that was the main concern going into the election. The main concern of voters going to the election is violent crime. So you have a reckoning in Louisiana, perhaps about all of the above, violent crime, COVID policies, at least at the national level, as well as the Biden presidency. You have a reckoning in New Zealand over largely COVID policy. You have a reckoning in Ecuador largely over public safety. Maybe the West is starting to regain its senses. Now, it won't happen everywhere. Like I say, I think Illinois is going to be an outlier for some time to come. But hey, you look at countries, states that snap out of it, and you're encouraged, right? Jim and Lyle, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Dan, to get a little more granular on the Louisiana result, there was an open state house seat that was a Biden plus 8 district that the Republican won with 60% of the vote.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Jim. Yeah, so some encouraging signs. So keep at it. I don't know what a reckoning will look like if it ever comes to Illinois. It definitely will require candidates that are compelling. That's something that we haven't had. So, Noboa, this young businessman, prominent family, airline executive, private sector into the public sector, New Zealand. That's an interesting, more and more of that. Outsiders in. Jeff Landry, who was popular as an attorney general, and then just sort of where that electorate is moving. And the portion of that electorate that doesn't seem too enthused about what's going on, but may not be ready to come over to the Republican side. All very interesting indications at this point of what may come in 2024.
And Jeff Landry was Trump-backed, so...
Yeah, that's right.
That says something, too, because we do have this thing called a presidential election coming up. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Speaking of Trump-backed, how about Trump silenced? The gag order a federal judge has imposed on the former president, 538.
And I guess they couldn't work out that soccer schedule, why Mayor Johnson is not heading to the border. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
531, 42 degrees, clear skies, and some fog. The U.S. and Israel are agreeing to develop a plan that will provide some humanitarian aid from donor nations to civilians in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken made the announcement in Tel Aviv Tuesday, saying it's critical aid.
The United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, and them alone, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way.
President Biden will be in Israel Wednesday to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A vote for a new Speaker of the House expected by noon today. Congressman Kevin McCarthy feels good about Ohio Republican Jim Jordan's chances.
He has been an integral part of our team when we took the majority, helping us get the majority.
But it's still unclear if Jordan will gather enough votes to secure the position. Only 4 votes can be sacrificed to win. 4 dangerous inmates are on the run after escaping from a Georgia jail. Bibb County sheriffs say they fled through a damaged window at a county detention center south of Atlanta early Monday morning. All escapees got into a blue Dodge Challenger. It took off. A judge is issuing a limited gag order against former President Donald Trump in his federal election interference case.
Today, a judge put on a gag order. I'll be the only politician in history that runs with a gag order where I'm not allowed to criticize people. Can you imagine this? Do you believe this? I'm not allowed to criticize people.
The order prohibits all parties from making statements publicly targeting special counsel Jack Smith and his staff, court staff, and potential witnesses. Loved ones saying goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered for the funeral of Waidia El-Fayumi at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
When he was dead, he was last words to his mom. Mom, I'm fine. You know what? He is fine. He's in a better place.
Meantime, bail denied for a Will County landlord, Joseph Chuba, accused of killing the 6-year-old boy and injuring his mother for being Muslim. More than 100 gathered Monday night for a prayer, vigil, and solidarity rally for victims in Israel. Rabbi Shalom Nodak organized the event in Wheeling, which began with prayer for those held hostage, murdered, wounded, and displaced.
Prayer is from the heart in any language that you pray.
The vigil was marked by word that Hamas terrorists could release some non-Israeli hostages. Security was tight to ensure a safe environment. Mayor Brandon Johnson is turning down an opportunity to join a delegation heading to Texas this week. An aide to the mayor says he's decided to stay in Chicago to focus on the ongoing illegal migrant crisis here.
What we're doing is we're sending a small delegation to begin some preliminary conversations with local stakeholders there who are responsible for transit.
The simple purpose of the trip is to push local agencies in Texas to alert Chicago agencies when buses are being sent to the city. A Jackson State University student from the Chicago area is dead following a shooting on that Mississippi campus over the weekend. Jalen Burns was shot and killed Sunday night. He was a graduate of Hillcrest High in Country Club Hills. Blackhawks scored 3 goals in the second on their way to a 4-1 win over the Leafs in Toronto. Goals for Corey Perry, Tyler Johnson, Taylor Radish. Hawks visit the Avalanche on Thursday. Bears probably won't have their quarterback for Week 7 against the Raiders. X-rays confirm Justin Fields dislocated his thumb in the 1913 loss to the Vikings. Tyson Bagent filled in for Fields and is set to go on Sunday. Monday Night Football, Cowboys fend off the Chargers 20-17. The news service of MyPillow, there's big news. The MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, and for a limited time, get 50% savings with promo code LIBERTY. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
You've heard me talk about my love of coffee over and over again. I'm here to tell you I have discovered one of the best brews I've ever tasted and a company that I cannot wait to support. I'm here to tell you about Bone Frog Coffee. The Bone Frog is a sacred symbol in the SEAL teams. It honors those that gave the ultimate sacrifice, their lives. Bone Frog was founded by Tim Crook Shank, a former Navy SEAL and 25-year Navy veteran. Bone Frog honors the fallen, those who gave everything for our freedoms and our American way of life, by giving 10% of all the proceeds to benefit many of the U.S. Navy SEAL foundations. Here's what I need you to do. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Get 10% off your first order. You will also get 15% off Bone Frog Coffee subscriptions. Just enter Liberty at checkout. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. That's bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty. Taste one of the best brews you ever tasted. 10% of the proceeds go to benefit the Navy SEALs. You'll feel good. It's an American company. Go to bonefrogcoffee.com/liberty.
Dan Proft here for Northridge Prep. Northridge Prep is a great place to be a boy. What does that mean exactly? In short, it's thanks to a foundation of an all-boys environment that builds your son up into a man of intellect and character who loves God. The teachers and faculty members become mentors to students. And when you combine that with an atmosphere that's fun, competitive, and challenging, it creates an exceptional experience for your son. And the result is that the boys just love Northridge. They've been educating boys for nearly 50 years. And one of the things that stands out to me is their commitment to partnering with parents. Now, you hear this a lot with schools, but at Northridge, the parents can't stop talking about it. They built a community that really works together. Raising kids is difficult these days, and at Northridge, you can be confident your son is on the right path. They're having an open house on Sunday, October 22nd, for boys in grades 6 through 12. Register today at northridgeprep.org. Again, that open house is Sunday, October 22nd. Register at northridgeprep.org.
Join us for the Bank the Blue Gala on Friday, October 27th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. Welcome address by Masters of Ceremonies Fox 32 anchor Anita Padilla and sports anchor Lou Canellis as we raise both awareness and funds for our heroes in blue that need our support. Bank the Blue is a nonprofit organization that funds confidential mental health services and officer wellness programs for Illinois law enforcement officers. Local departments alone are unable to provide the mental health wellness services that their officers so desperately need. The goal of this event is to build awareness surrounding the importance of officer wellness, to combat the stigma associated with officers and mental health, and to fundraise for this important cause. We anticipate 1,000 attendees from both the law enforcement and civilian communities. The third annual Bank the Blue fundraising gala is on Friday, October 27th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center. Corporate sponsorship opportunities and individual tickets are available. Visit bankthebluegala.com for more details. That's bankthebluegala.com.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
5:39. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Kennedy inbound already delays stacking up Nagel to Montrose. 31 O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Stevenson jamming from Ashland into the Ryan already. 26 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan in 14 minutes. 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Tri-State ongoing road work causing headaches this morning. 3 left lanes are blocked southbound on 294 between the 82nd toll and 95th. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Sunny and 61 today. Right now, clear skies, some fog, 42 at O'Hare. Your next news is at 6. Continuous news coverage at 560theanswer.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman. Listen Saturday mornings at 8. Learn more at willsave.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So the judge, Tanya Chutkin, in one of Trump's federal trials, this January 6th related, has imposed a gag order. It's limited, but nonetheless substantial, on former President Trump in that case. First Amendment protections yield to the administration of justice and to the protection of witnesses, said Judge Chutkin, who is an Obama nominee, appointee, confirmed by the Senate. His presidential candidacy does not give him carte blanche to vilify public servants who are simply doing their job. She also said the trial date of March 4th in that case will not yield to the election cycle, and she will not revisit it. So the day before Super Tuesday, that trial is scheduled to start. Here was Trump's reaction to the news of the gag order as he was speaking in Iowa.
They think the only way they can catch me is to stop me from speaking. They want to take away my voice. And a judge gave a gag order today. Did you hear that on speech? Which I believe is totally unconstitutional what she did. A judge gave a gag order. A judge doesn't like me too much. Her whole life is not liking me. But she gave a gag order. You know what a gag order is? You can't speak badly about your opponent. But this is weaponry all being done because Joe Biden is losing the election and losing very, very badly to all of us in the polls. He's losing badly. But what they don't understand is that I am willing to go to jail if that's what it takes for our country to win and become a democracy again.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. There it is, willing to go to jail. What would you advise the former president to do? Should he be circumspect in complying with the judge's gag order, or should he risk sanctions? She was not specific about what the sanctions would be. They could include social media restrictions. They could include pretrial imprisonment. We don't know. We'll have to see. What would you tell Trump to do? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
I mean, she would throw him in jail, don't you think? I mean, she's hell-bent on taking him down. So is the entire Biden administration. He doesn't show up for his trial. Do you think they'd nab him?
Show up for his trial? What do you mean? Of course he's going to show up for his trial. That's not the issue. The issue is whether or not that he says things that run afoul of her gag order.
Well, he's going to say something that, I mean, because she's the one that determines what is offensive to her. You know, like he might say something I'm like, yeah, that's just Trump. But she might think, oh, he's violating the gag order rule. So I have to take him into, pretrial custody.
Chutkin is saying Trump can certainly claim he's being unfairly prosecuted, but I cannot imagine any other criminal case in which a defendant is permitted to call the prosecutor deranged or a thug and I will not permit it here simply because the defendant is running a political campaign. Yeah, well, I mean, Jack Smith is not just a prosecutor, he's a political figure. So she's essentially suggesting that Trump can't disparage Jack Smith in any way, shape, or form. But it's hard to reconcile that. I'm being unfairly prosecuted, but the person prosecuting me is a wonderful gentleman. It's difficult to reconcile that. I can claim I'm being unfairly prosecuted, but I can't hold a particular person, the prosecutor, responsible rhetorically for what I characterize as an unfair prosecution. How does that make any sense? Maybe it's going too far, and I'm sure his attorneys would agree that, to do some of the stuff he's done on social media, like post a picture of the New York judge's clerk next to Schumer and mock her as Schumer's girlfriend. I'm talking about the civil fraud case in New York. That resulted in a gag order that focused on court personnel. I can appreciate that. Jack Smith, in the context of that prosecution, his prosecutions, plural, no, I can't. The other thing, Trump is not permitted to attack Pence. He may not criticize Mr. Pence about the events in this case, Chutkan said. So he shows up to a Republican debate, for example. I think the next one's November 8th. If Pence pushes him about January 6th, Trump has to say, I can't comment on what the former vice president just said because I'm under a gag order that doesn't allow me to comment on Mike Pence's characterizations of me and what I did or didn't do on January 6th. How is that? How is that not violative of his First Amendment rights, as Trump so indicated in his remarks in Iowa?
She's just trying to make it harder for him to run for president. And anytime they can silence him on any angle, that's they think a win for them. But hopefully it'll backfire.
Well, not to mention, as you heard the president say, there will be an appeal in this case. He's going to appeal that gag order. Although, the flip side of this is he welcomes the gag order just like he welcomed the indictments, right? When it's the same dynamic that we telegraphed months and months before the first indictment. The best thing that could happen to Trump, how many times do we say it? The best when these investigations were ongoing and there was all this bloviating from all those politicized prosecutors and their henchmen in public office, other public offices around the country. The best thing that could happen to Trump, to be indicted. The more times, the better, because it makes the campaign Trump versus a corrupt Department of Justice, D.C. establishment, swamp, whatever term you would like to use. And what does this gag order do? It just further feeds the persecution, not prosecution, narrative that Trump is selling legitimately, by the way. So he's selling it legitimately. That he is doing what he has incredibly done, perhaps better than no other Republican politician in the country's history, what he has done since 2015, when he was a candidate. He has, again, goaded the left into exposing to the world who they really are.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Text us at 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
As the Wall Street Journal opined, and this is what Trump understands, and the left may understand it, they're just indifferent to it. Perhaps indifference, the arrogance indicated by their indifference will be the basis of their fall. We'll see. What many Trump critics don't understand is that most Republicans don't like the former president's churlish behavior. What they like even less, however, is the idea that Trump's fulminations against Jack Smith might be the reason to jail him. Right. I can disagree with the tone and the choices that he makes in terms of his communications on social media and from the stump. But anybody who would imprison him over that, I like even less, and now I'm going to support that guy to stick it so far up your backside, you'll remember it. That's the dynamic. It's pretty simple. Greg Schomburg, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. This is an occasion where Rush Limbaugh's demonstrate the absurd by being absurd would be wonderful. If I was advising Donald Trump, the first thing I would say is always refer to Jack Smith as the nicest guy on earth. And you could hear the crowd just chuckle when he does that. And make sure that you've got T-shirts, sweatshirts, everything not with his face because he'd probably get sued, but just say Jack is a wonderful guy and then put the Trump logo, etc. He'd raise $1 billion on that.
Yeah, damn him with faint praise. Yeah, not bad. Thanks for the call, Greg. I mean, the other thing, Trump is sort of doing that in a sense with the Al Capone riff. I've been indicted more times than Scarface, and then he goes about, Al Capone would blow your brains out if you looked at him the wrong way. He was indicted once. I've been indicted 4 times. He's making a mockery of all the indictments collectively, which is not only warranted, it's good politics. Joe in Naperville.
Yeah, I always like to, Dershowitz shoe on the other foot thing. If this was just Joe Blow or somebody else doing what he's doing, would the gag order have been imposed? What is the standard that is usually followed in these kind of cases?
Well, thanks for the call, Joe. I mean, there are gag orders that are imposed if you attack a public servants, if you try to poison the jury pool, attack public servants who are just doing their jobs, and so on and so forth. I mean, that would not be unusual if somebody was railing publicly against some officer of the court. However, this is, a outlier situation in so many respects, and so there's literally no precedent for it because you have a former president under indictment. It's never happened before, so there's literally no precedent for it. And what I would say about the poison the jury pool, you're not allowed to attack public servants. I mean, we're in the political arena, even though this is a criminal case, or criminal cases. So. The idea, first of all, that Trump is going to poison any jury pool, 99% of people know who Donald Trump is and they have an opinion of him. And, his offering a praise to Jack Smith or offering invective against Jack Smith will not change that. So it's sort of a false argument and a false basis upon which to offer this tailored gag order that Judge Chutkan uses in part. Dean, Sarasota, Florida.
Hey, hi, Dan and Amy. Isn't it pretty easy to get around a gag order? So, for instance, Trump's on stage at the debate, and he says, Mike Pence says something, and Trump says, now, Mike, and everybody in the studio audience, everybody knows I can't say anything about what you did, Mike. But let's just say, for example, that there was a vice president that did this. I would think he's a jerk. Can't you
right.
Gag order pretty easily?
Well, sure. Yeah, the old hypothetical. I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but yeah, but again, this is, as Amy says, judicial discretion. So that sort of rhetorical artifice would not be lost on the judge. And again, we'll see how hardline she wants to be, because I mean, Trump.
Well, she's all in on the Democratic Party, so she's ready to take him down.
But Trump is right back on the stump to talking about the gag order almost in real time yesterday in Iowa. So I mean, it's not going to stop, and then the judge is going to have to decide how much of a firestorm she wants to endure and unleash. That probably is as much a political calculation on her part as the political calculations on the part of everyone else. I mean, again, please, I know our audience is sophisticated enough, but for your friends who are not, the idea that Judge Chutkan or the prosecutors in these cases, that this is just a matter of the rule of law. They have blinders on. They don't hear, see, or think about politics. This is strictly black letter law that they're making their decisions based upon. Wrong. There's absolutely political calculations by all parties involved. So let's just dispense with the facade that there isn't. George in Naperville.
Yeah, I wonder if she's going to put an order if Trump passes that he be buried at sea so there's no pilgrimages to his grave.
Thanks for the call, George. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It seems like everyone is on a complicated diet these days. Gluten-free, keto, metabolic, sugar-free. And with these diets comes special dietary protocol and food products. You can find plenty of advice on your social media sites, but you need expertise to purchase the right food items. A visit to Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop is necessary to shop the best food choices for a medical diet or health plan. Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop stocks all the hard-to-find foods you're looking for, like wheat and dairy alternatives, sugar-free baking mixes, healthy snacks, and more. There's no longer a reason to put off that diet you're supposed to be on when you have Lil's. The staff has personally researched and vetted each item in the store and has plenty of choices in stock.
Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop on 111th Street in Mount Greenwood on the south side of Chicago. Stop in and shop in person or order online at lilsdietary.com and get your items shipped right to your home. lilsdietary.com. Shop, learn, and be healthy.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second-generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old-school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest-growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
So what's the trouble here, mister?
I don't understand what happened. I checked my stuff in Chicago, and when we landed in L.A., I came to baggage claim, and there it was, my $10,000 Canoma analyzer in pieces, completely trashed.
Just the facts, buddy. What did you have it packed in?
Well, just the box it came in, but there was all this foam and thick cardboard. It looks sturdy enough.
That's what they all think, pal, till it's too late.
What am I gonna do now? My boss is gonna kill me.
Here's some good advice for you. The next time you transport anything valuable, put it in a Star Case, leading manufacturer of custom reusable shipping cases.
So where do I get a Star Case?
Now you're getting smart, bub. You can find everything you need to know to order one direct at starcase.com or call 800-822-STAR, where a friendly, knowledgeable sales engineer will be glad to help you design the custom case you need. That's starcase.com or 800-822-7827. AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, listen up. We have an important public safety announcement for Wilmette and the larger North Shore. Are you listening?
How's it going up there? Yeah.
Important public safety announcement for Wilmette and the North Shore, the greater North Shore.
What?
Saturday is Loyola versus Mount Carmel at Loyola.
No.
Saturday, the Mount Carmel will caravan up to Wilmette to take on the Loyola football team. It's 1 versus 2.
Well, that's gonna be a big game.
But you know what that means.
Well, okay, wait. Let me on the streets.
Let me just defer to Wilmetians who know what this means. They've lived through the horror of a Mount Carmel visit.
Hey, my address, Debbie. That's it. Thank you. I live right across the street from Loyola. Now, two Thursday nights ago, August 24th, there was back to school night. You couldn't even walk down the street. They allowed you to park on the other side of our block. And there were people that were walking their dogs, their kids were out. They almost got killed. And second of all, when they have halftime on Friday nights, where do you think they're going? To the bars. And then they're going to be walking the neighborhoods drunk. I mean, do you guys even care? And then crime's going to come in because when they play St. Rita or Mount Carmel, everybody just comes from everywhere on the south side of Chicago. And there was 4 robberies in our neighborhood. I mean, like, seriously. It's going to make crime up, and it's going to make people not want to buy around here.
Look, don't be foolish. Don't be a hero. Don't make Debbie from Wilmette into a Cassandra. You have 72 hours to evacuate or hunker down in one of the fallout shelters you built during the Soviet era or something like this in Wilmette. Please, 72 hours. Get your kids to a safe place. Mount Carmel is coming to Wilmette.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:06, a 71-year-old landlord in Plainfield didn't stab to death that 6-year-old boy. Conservative Talk Radio did.
But
6:06.
Now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Very latest on clearing skies and sunshine. WIND, Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
The president is planning a trip to Israel tomorrow. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
President Biden will underscore our crystal clear message to any actor, state or non-state, trying to take advantage of this crisis to attack Israel. Don't.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken in Tel Aviv. The president will meet with Israel's prime minister and the Palestinian president and the leaders of Jordan and Egypt.
The Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt has remained closed. And we know there have been efforts behind the scenes to try to get it open and allow foreign citizens, Palestinian Americans, people who are in Gaza visiting family, aid workers, to get out. The Palestinians and Hamas are demanding that aid be allowed in.
Fox's Trey Yingst in southern Israel, where the war against Hamas terrorists rages in Gaza.
Last night, we know that the intelligence head for the southern part of the entire Gaza Strip, an official from Hamas, was killed in an Israeli airstrike.
Nearly 200 people being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. House Republicans vote today for a new speaker, considering Jim Jordan, but some do not support him. Congressman Carlos Jimenez instead tells Fox,
I think the way out of this is to go back into the future, I guess, and just reinstate Kevin McCarthy.
8 Republicans backed by Democrats voted McCarthy out as speaker 2 weeks ago. The federal judge overseeing one of his Trump 4 looming criminal trials, the federal case related to the 2020 election, issued a limited gag order against the former president to stop him from commenting on the judge, the special counsel, witnesses, or court staff while campaigning for president in Iowa. He called it unconstitutional.
I'm not allowed to criticize people, so we'll see. We'll appeal it.
Now, today, the former president will be questioned under oath in a deposition in the lawsuit Peter Strzok filed. He is the former FBI agent who was part of the Russia-Trump campaign investigation the former president called a hoax. Now, Strzok is sued for wrongful termination for being let go over anti-Trump texts he shared with now ex-FBI lawyer Lisa Page, who's also suing. America's listening to Fox.
Clear skies, some fog developing, 42 degrees. At 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Loved ones said goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered yesterday for the funeral of Waidia El-Fayoumy at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
No child should ever have to pay for the crimes or for the manufactured image of a criminal on the part of anybody else.
The uncle of Waidia El-Fayoumy spoke. As well as that person, Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago's mayor were in attendance. Federal hate crime investigation has been launched and bail denied for the Will County landlord, Joseph Chuba, who appeared in court yesterday on charges of murder, attempted murder, aggravated battery, and committing a hate crime. More than 100 gathered Monday evening for a prayer vigil and solidarity rally for victims in Israel.
It's not about politics. It's not about a demonstration. It's about supporting each other, and especially supporting the victims, supporting really our brothers and sisters over in Israel who are going through all of this. And again, about encouraging all of us. You can do better.
Rabbi Shalom Nodak organized the event in Wheeling, which began with a prayer vigil for those held hostage, murdered, wounded, or displaced. The vigil marked by word that Hamas terrorists could release some non-Israeli hostages. Security was very tight to ensure a safe environment. Mayor Brandon Johnson will continue to ignore the crisis on the nation's southern border and instead turn down an opportunity to join a delegation to head to Texas this week. An aide to the mayor says he's decided to stay in Chicago simply to focus on the crisis here.
What we're doing is we're sending a small delegation to begin some preliminary conversations with local stakeholders there who are responsible for transit.
The group visiting Texas cities like El Paso and Brownsville beginning today. The purpose is to push local agencies in Texas to alert Chicago agencies when buses are being sent to the city. A Jackson State University student from the Chicago area dead following a shooting on the Mississippi campus over the weekend. Jalen Burns was shot and killed Sunday night. The 21-year-old was a graduate of Hillcrest High in Country Club Hills. Blackhawks 4-1 winners over the Maple Leafs. Bears will likely not have Justin Fields for their Week 7 game against the Raiders. Tyson Bagent will likely fill in. NLCS, Phillies never look back after a Kyle Schwarber first-inning home run and a 5-3 win over Arizona. The news, a service of Dan and Amy 24/7. You can now enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson all day, every day. Listen now, Dan and Amy 247.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
What's the best way to stop Joe Biden's agenda? No, it's not voting Republican. A better option is to vote with your wallet. Democrats get easy votes by giving away newly printed money, but we can fight this never-ending scam by making use of physical gold. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. These special accounts allow you to preserve your retirement and help the country at the same time. Plus, you pay zero penalties or taxes on the transfer. To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898, and my friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold IRA company I trust, so text PROTECT to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Paid for by Birch Gold Group.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify and receive your free tax assessment by dialing 800-419-0017. If you or your business owe back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-419-0017. 800-419-0017. That's 800-419-0017.
.607, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Let's do the rundown. 22 on the Edens Lake Cook Road to the junction. 38 inbound Kennedy O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Right now the Ike is okay. Stevenson stacking up Harlem to Kedzie. 34 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Outbound I-57 delays 115th down to 127th. Got to tell you about DuSable Lakeshore Drive this morning, southbound between Chicago Avenue and Grand. Solid traffic all the way from Michigan. Southbound traffic is being rerouted off Lakeshore Drive to inner Lakeshore Drive at Chestnut. It is all due to an accident and investigation this morning on DuSable Lakeshore Drive, southbound, right at Chicago Avenue. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Today, lots of sunshine, the high at 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Partly sunny, nice day tomorrow, breezy in the high 69. Clouds and a couple of showers around on Thursday. High Thursday afternoon, 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare, 47 along the lakefront, 33 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6:30. Breaking news as it happens. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. You've heard Mike Scott reporting on it, the fallout from this horrific murder and attempted murder in Plainfield, a 71-year-old landlord who stabbed a Palestinian-American mom. She's going to survive, and murdered her 6-year-old son, stabbing him some 24 times.
26 times, and then a 27th time left the knife in his abdomen.
And so the response you're getting from around the country, including from President Biden opining on this, talking about this as an example of hatred. And so certainly based on what the Will County Sheriff's Office and Will County State's Attorney's Office has reported about the incident, it would seem so. The assailant reportedly said all Muslims must die. He got into an argument with the mom, his tenant, about what occurred in Gaza, the attack by Hamas. Also, his wife indicating, the assailant's wife indicating, that he had withdrawn $1,000 from his bank account because he was afraid the grid was going to go down. And the Sun-Times story, the NPR Times story in particular, is worth noting. As I teased before Mike Scott's newscast, what the left is going to do and is doing with this incident, as they do with every incident that they can, which is to demonize their political opponents and characterize their political opponents as the real parties responsible for any sort of criminal activity that they can pin on their political opponents. And so the Sun-Times headline, Plainfield man fatally stabbed 6-year-old Muslim boy after listening to conservative talk radio, prosecutors say. The headline there is the typical sort of smear that you expect from the left, including those who pretend to be journalists that work for pretend news outlets like the NPR Times.
And it wasn't only that. I mean, MSNBC, they came out, and this African-American reporter, he's like, and it was conservative radio, and he's moving his shoulders back and forth like we're the evil devil. And then, by the way, the Sun-Times a few hours later changed it to 6-year-old Palestinian boy after listening to radio and becoming worried about personal safety. So they changed it from conservative radio to radio a few hours later.
Yeah, that's a distinction without a difference. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. I suppose we should turn ourselves into the Will County authorities, as should every other conservative talk show host, right? I mean, we're the responsible parties.
Well, his wife told detectives that he regularly listens to conservative radio and he was very interested in current events.
That's good enough for me. You better lock us up, because that's what if we could just get specific, because I'd be happy to get specific about it. Those in conservative talk radio who promote the killing of children for political or religious reasons? Could you just identify them? Because I'd like to know. Am I one? Is Amy one? Please, go ahead. I mean, let's have it out.
The left is foaming at the mouth on this. I mean, those that hate us, that are looking to take us down. I mean, that was it. That's what, it's so vague. I want more details. Well, what does that mean? He listens to radio. He listens to conservative radio, so he got angry. The mom said that he came in. She said, quote, he's an angry man. This is what she told detectives. He's an angry man, but on this day in question, he came to the house and he was angry at her for what was happening in Jerusalem. And she said to him, let's give peace a chance. And she tried to, stop the attack, and she couldn't.
Yeah. And she survived. She I guess, locked herself in a bathroom. Yeah, and then he turned his sights on the kid and stabbed the kid to death. I mean, it's a horrific crime. It's indefensible, just as any crime of this sort is. And, it's not the fact that we demonize anybody. We may describe some people who behave in demonic fashion, but we don't demonize groups as a whole. Never have, never will. That's the funny thing about it. For conservatives, the individual is the unit of analysis. We're not collectivists. For the left, they're in the business of collectivism and smearing people as a group. You're all insurrectionists. It's all MAGA world. That's a synonym for insurrectionists now, as you know. You're deplorables, and so on. I mean, the examples are myriad. And here we can distinguish between a political disagreement and a violent crime. So there's no defense to this. There's no contextualization of it. It was a horrific act, couple of acts of violent crime that were committed against this family for no reason.
He's suffering from mental illness. Look at him.
Stop. Just stop.
What?
Stop depriving. You're not in a position to make a clinical analysis. That's not the issue. The issue is whether he knew right from wrong, if you want to play Law and Order. And there's no evidence that he didn't, which is why he's charged with first-degree murder. We'll have the court adjudicate the case on the merits of his mental faculties. But there was never a problem. He had no criminal history. And if the exchange, as reported, is accurate, then having ridiculous beliefs that if you could, again, point to me where on conservative talk radio or anywhere else some self-identified conservative is articulating the beliefs that he articulated in that conversation with the mom before he attacked mom and child, then I'd be interested to hear that, because you're not going to find it. That's nowhere to be found. And so this is just an opportunity, cynical opportunity by apparatchiks at outlets like the NPR Times, formerly the AFL-CIO Times, the political ruling class in Chicago, to smear people and then turn around and call for unity and peace, and we need to be respectful of one another. The big lies that they tell about their own belief system. Becky in Sandwich on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. Just wanted to give your listenership a heads up. Go to your council meetings. Go to your local board meetings. Last night we were sitting at a council meeting and we witnessed a left-wing reporter completely smack-talking conservatives, and his opinion and his other bias were coming out, just spewing for 20 minutes during a closed session meeting. And I finally tapped him on the shoulder and I said, hey, are you a reporter for X? And he said, yes. And I said, well, no wonder we never get articles that are unbiased. I said, you just sat here and SHIT talked to every conservative person that I know by name. I said, that is absolutely unacceptable. I said, and you know what? I'll be talking to your chief editor tomorrow. You have to call these people out on their behavior. It's unacceptable.
Wait, hold up. What? He works for X. What's X? Name the outlet.
Shaw Media.
Shaw Media. There you go. Good example.
Yep. And there are rural reporters. They come to these meetings, and then they take their own bias and they write articles. And then those articles get twisted. And I kept asking him, you're left-leaning. And he's like, you're making an assumption. And I said, no, I'm not. I'm reading a book by its cover. And then I listened to the first chapter for the last 20 minutes. You're left-leaning, and that is unacceptable. Not to mention, you spoke of people that I know, conservative Christian people that I know that work very diligently to keep things in check. For example, he was laughing about the sexual content in books. He was laughing about the drag queen concerns. He was laughing about conservative issues.
We get the profile, so let me just respond to that. Yeah, this is unacceptable. No, you should accept it, because that's what it is. So and go ahead and talk to the editor-in-chief and be shined on by that person as well. Oh, we strive for this and blah 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 blah. That's the landscape. And there's a couple of responses here. Number one, conservatives need to do a better job of building their own castles, as Andrew Klavan always says, including media properties. Number two is accept and don't expect and detail, exactly like you did. But understand they're not going to change. The only thing you can accomplish is them pretending that they're going to reform their ways. They're going to try to be more considerate of diverse opinions that are not their own. They're going to try to get both sides. They're going to try to hear you out. That is pantomiming. They are not.
Right. I think the best part was just watching him squirm for the next meeting. Just
Absolutely.
literally watching him squirm because absolutely. And it's not like you're trying to make someone fear you. It's fundamentally their behavior is being called out because it's unacceptable, and we're done. We're done. We're going to prove to you that you are left-leaning, and that is why we get biased articles.
Thanks for the call, Becky. They're not left-leaning. They're leftists. They're leftist apparatchiks. This isn't like I have a preference in this direction, like Pepsi versus Coke. No. This is not preferences. They are coming out of, Caesar's journalism schools, quote unquote journalism. And by the way, since last year during the governor's race was all this right-wing journalism and fake news and fake news and fake news, but of course the NPR Times is not. And there's any policing that goes on within the ranks of Caesar's press corps, please. There's anybody who's going to call out the Sun-Times for ascribing culpability to conservative talk radio generically for this murder, an attempted murder in Plainfield, please.
Yeah, but then they realized that they might be wrong, so they just changed it to radio. When they change a headline, that's a big deal to me. I'm making it to you what it is.
Well, here's what's actually going on. Here's what's actually going on in the landscape. So just get with it, everyone. Get with it. Understand what's happening. So places like the AFL, now CIO, now NPR Times, I mean, that would have closed a decade ago, but not for being a toy of wealthy leftists like Tyree of Mesereau, and then institutional leftists like the AFL-CIO and now NPR. Literally state-funded media. Literally Caesar's press corps. So what's going on here? Let me tell you what's going on. Nearly 24 liberal foundations will begin dropping $500 million into propping up local media infrastructures to drive coverage of issues that include criminal justice reform and climate change ahead of the 2024 elections. The initiative, called Press Forward, consists of 22 left-wing foundations organized by the MacArthur Foundation, pumping millions of dollars into progressive journalistic endeavors, progressive journalistic oxymoron, to create a, quote, equitable future by informing, engaging, and activating Americans through deep investments in just and inclusive news and narratives. News and narratives are synonyms for these journalists in quotation marks. That's what's actually happening. All this, we're real news. The Chicago Press Corps is real news because we're funded by corporations who advertise, versus conservative news outlets, or actually independent news outlets with a conservative bent that's disclosed, like the papers to which I'm affiliated, and just do straight news and challenge people to tell me what's wrong with that news story, and nobody tells you anything specifically that's inaccurate or wrong. They just say, right-wing, fake news. No, detail it. Detail it. Both sides. Hold both sides accountable. Police, and we need to police ourselves too. Because we have people on our side that will go off the rails or act recklessly from time to time too. And so, yeah, but do not expect for a second. And if you get that, oh, we're going to try to do better. Oh, I see your point. They're shining you on. They're patronizing you. And this coverage of this this horrific murder, this terrible occurrence, and the first instinct of the Panjan drums at the NPR Times is to see how we can blame our media rivals. That's the first instinct. A boy is murdered. And the first instinct, how can we pin this on conservative media?
Always the first instinct.
Tell me, how you're going to address the depravity of a mind like that. A mind that has been completely rotted because it's totally politicized. But you're going to reason with them. You're going to get a fair shake at some point. You're not. Don't expect it. Build your own castles and detail what they're doing. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't defund the police. Hire the police to protect your business. Rising crime has been crippling business owners in Illinois more and more in the past year. Blue Star Security can protect your most valuable asset, your business, to protect both you and your customers. Blue Star Security is the only security company in Chicago with over 500 off-duty police officers, all W-2 employees.
I'm Anthony Barchetto, president of Blue Star Security and a 20-year law enforcement veteran. Our team is exclusively state-certified active and retired law enforcement professionals who provide the highest standards in security. We serve Fortune 500 companies, as well as small businesses and individuals, responding rapidly and seamlessly to each assignment. Blue Star Security's technology allows mobilization of off-duty officers quickly and efficiently. Our primary mission is to provide unparalleled protective services for each assignment with integrity while maintaining our commitment to community service in the Chicagoland area.
Visit online to schedule a free security consultation at BlueStarSecurityLTD.com. That's BlueStarSecurityLTD.com.
All right, can't wait to do it. Take Balance of Nature. Why? Not getting enough fruits and veggies on my own, and that's where Balance of Nature comes in. 31 whole fruits and veggies in those capsules. Real food, real nutrition, real science. GMO, gluten-free, no preservatives, no dyes, all natural. And when you take it, you're giving your body the best possible fuel. You have more energy. You're stronger. You can think more quickly. So be one of the cool kids and get the nutrition your body needs. Get Balance of Nature. 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago. First-timers get free shipping and 35% off their first preferred order of fruits and veggies. Or simply go online to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynavite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynavite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's Dynavite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynavite.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $29 billion were stolen last year alone. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect yourself if you become a victim. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Join now and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com, promo code Clay. play.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. On September 6th, the government announced it will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000, with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver, or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may qualify for compensation and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement, with your VA benefits fully protected. You may be entitled to a significant financial award for your Camp Lejeune claim, but you must act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune. Call now or you may forever lose your right to be awarded a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-320-7171. That's 800-320-7171. 800-320-7171.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. Your business and your money are in good hands with Signature Bank. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Nick Philippus, co-owner of Joe Donut and a proud customer of Signature Bank. We're a locally owned artisan donut shop that focuses on chef-made small batch and craft donuts. We have 7 locations around the Chicagoland suburbs, with an 8th location coming soon. After opening our original stores in Glenview and Niles, we came to Signature Bank for financing for our new Mount Prospect location. From PPP and material delays in construction, Signature Bank was flexible and truly a banking partner that a small business like ours hadn't experienced before. Even their fraud department was able to stop a $30,000 fraudulent check from clearing our account. That allowed us to focus on selling donuts, knowing Signature Bank had our back.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, we're going to stick with the story of the Palestinian couple that was, or the family that was attacked by this landlord in Plainfield. The mother almost killed, the 6-year-old boy gruesomely murdered. What the media reports, how it reports it, talking about the D.C. press corps, what it reports, how it reports it, and what it doesn't, including the what it doesn't piece, and why. 6:36.
But now let's head straight into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Clear skies, fog developing this morning, 41 degrees at 6:31. President Biden will take a trip to Israel. Secretary of State Antony Blinken saying this morning during a briefing after meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the president will make the trip on Wednesday. Blinken made the announcement during his latest trip to Israel as fighting continues with the Palestinian terror group Hamas.
If Hamas in any way blocks humanitarian assistance from reaching civilians, including by seizing the aid itself, we'll be the first to condemn it, and we will work to prevent it from happening again.
Biden is expected to meet with Netanyahu and other leaders in the region. Former President Trump outlining some policy plans should he win back the White House. During a rally in Iowa, he said Palestinian refugees displaced by the Israeli-Hamas war would not be allowed to enter the U.S. At that same rally, the former president also said he plans to appeal a federal judge's decision and claimed the Justice Department has been weaponized against him.
Today, a judge put on a gag order. I'll be the only politician in history that runs with a gag order where I'm not allowed to criticize people. Can you imagine this? Do you believe this? I'm not allowed to criticize people.
The charges against the former president stem from his alleged efforts to work against and overturn the 2020 election. A vote for the new Speaker of the House is expected today. Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy says some are worried Republicans will work with Democrats on getting a new House Speaker.
The only reason anybody's even talking about that is because 8 Republican members worked with every single Democrat to remove me from Speaker and put us into this tailspin.
And Alabama Republican Mike Rogers announced overnight he'll back Jim Jordan for Speaker on the House floor after previously being opposed. Loved ones are saying goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy. Authorities say he was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered yesterday for the funeral of Waidia El-Fayumi at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
When he was dead, he was last words to his mom. Mom, I'm fine.
You know what? He is fine. He's in a better place.
That's the uncle of Wadea El-Fayoumy, who also spoke alongside Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago's mayor, who were also in attendance. Investigators say Wadea was killed by his family's landlord, who also attacked and severely wounded his mother. Police allege the victims were targeted for being Muslim. A federal hate crime investigation has been launched. Meantime, more than 100 gathered Monday evening for a prayer vigil and solidarity rally for victims in Israel.
It's not about politics. It's not about a demonstration. It's about supporting each other, and especially supporting the victims, supporting really our brothers and sisters over in Israel who are going through all of this. And again, about encouraging all of us. You can do better.
Rabbi Shalom Nodak organized the event in Wheeling. Residents on the west side still fighting for the return of programs to the Amundsen Park Fieldhouse after the city changed course on plans to use that fieldhouse to house illegal migrants. Tyrena Newkirk-Sutton is with the NAACP Chicago West Side branch.
They do not have the capacity nor the resources, and it is not right that they are taking them from communities across the city of Chicago.
Galewood homeowners say they worry cuts to park hours and programs are a simple precursor to the city converting the park into a migrant shelter. The DNR warning residents to be aware of deer while driving for the next several weeks. It is deer mating season, which means deer become active mainly at dawn and at dusk through early December. Last year, there were 14,000 crashes involving deer in Illinois. Cook County had the most, 542. Blackhawks 4-1 winners over the Maple Leafs in Toronto. The season-opening road trip continues Thursday as the Hawks visit Colorado. Bears will likely not have quarterback Justin Fields for their Week 7 game against the Raiders. Tyson Bagent filled in Sunday during Fields being checked out, and he is in line to make his first NFL career start. Cowboys beat the Chargers on Monday Night Football. First installment of the men's college basketball poll is here. Doesn't mean a whole lot. It's really early, but Kansas is number 1. While Purdue got 5 first-place votes, ranked second. The Illini ranked 25th. The news, a service of Advanced Design Studio. Thinking of a home renovation but aren't sure where to begin? Check out Common Sense Remodeling with Advanced Design Studio. Online, advanceddesignstudio.com. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Hi, my name is Peg. I'm a wife, mother, and grandmother. Family is so important to me, and I want to stay healthy so that I can continue to do the things that I enjoy doing with all of them. I would recommend Balance of Nature. It's so easy to do every day. I feel great, and who doesn't want to feel great?
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Homeowners experiencing low water pressure, rusty yellow water, little to no hot water, or pressure so low that showering is difficult?
Honey, don't flush. I'm in the shower.
These are all symptoms of clogged and corroded galvanized water pipes that are filled with gunk older than you. You should see it. It's disgusting. You drink it, brush your teeth with it, and bathe in it. Yuck. For your family's sake, repipe your home with quality PEX or copper pipes from All Affordable Plumbing. We're your local, family-owned and operated repiping expert. We can repipe your home in 1 to 3 days with minimal disturbance, and we include a lifetime guarantee. And for a limited time, we're offering 12-month no-interest, no-payment financing and a free water heater. So if you have low water pressure, call for a free in-home estimate at 800-NEW-PIPE or visit allaffordable.org. That's 800-NEW-PIPE or visit allaffordable.org. callAffordable.org. If you have low water pressure, a copper repipe will get you flowing again. Call for a free estimate at 800-NEW-PIPE. That's 800-NEW-PIPE.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
6:38. Let's get a check on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Pfizer, warning if you're 60 or older, RSV can be a dangerous respiratory virus. Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today and learn more at bewareofrsv.com. On the Edens, already heavy and slow, 30 minutes, Lake Cook Road to the junction, while the Kennedy is at an hour from O'Hare to the Burns Circle interchange. The Ike right now is 55 minutes, 390 into the old post office. Stevenson, 49 minutes, 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Accident left shoulder on the inbound side of I-57 at Stonkel Road. DuSable Lakeshore Drive closed due to an accident. It's DuSable Lakeshore Drive southbound shut down between Chicago Avenue and Grand. You're diverted off at that location. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Mostly sunny today, a high of 61, 41 with clear skies and a bit of fog. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Stephen Davidoff Solomon is a law professor at Berkeley. Don't hire my anti-Semitic law students. I teach corporate law at University of California, Berkeley, advisor to the Jewish Law Students Association. My students are largely engaged and well prepared. I regularly recommend them to legal employers, but if you don't want to hire people who advocate hate and practice discrimination, don't hire some of my students. Anti-Semitic conduct is nothing new on university campuses, including here at Berkeley. How about the predicate question about don't admit certain people to the University of Berkeley and other law schools, but I digress. Listen to what happened on campus of Berkeley, according to Professor Solomon. Berkeley's Law Students for Justice in Palestine asked other student groups to adopt a bylaw that bans supporters of Israel from speaking at events. It excluded any speaker who, quote, expressed and continued to hold views or host, sponsor, promote events in support of Zionism, the apartheid state of Israel, and the occupation of Palestine, unquote. 9 student groups adopted the bylaw, including the Queer Caucus, the Women of Berkeley Law. That's important. I'll get back to that in a second. The bylaw caused an uproar. It was rightly criticized for creating, quote-unquote, Jew-free zones. Our dean, a diehard liberal, admirably condemned it, but said free speech principles tied his hands. The campus groups had the legal right to pick or exclude speakers based on their views. The bylaw remains, and 11 other groups subsequently adopted it. He goes on to say, look, it's time for the adults to take over, and that includes law firms looking for graduates to hire. Winston and Strawn revoked an employment offer for a student at NYU who wrote an open letter that pointedly refused to condemn Hamas's attacks. Legal employers in the recruiting process should do what Winston and Strawn did. Treat law students like the adults they are. If a student endorses hate, dehumanization, or anti-Semitism, don't hire them. When students face consequences for their actions, they straighten up. Well, yeah. I guess in the West now we're beyond the ability to make moral arguments that are persuasive in a culture of moral relativism. So now we just have to impose financial penalties. I suppose if that's what it takes, makes some sense to me. It also speaks to what's been going on in college campuses for a long time, that a lot of people, including people of the Jewish faith who are professors, have turned a blind eye to because it's uncomfortable and because they otherwise share a political disposition with a lot of the people they are now decrying. And it's interesting, the queer students, the women's students group, and all these other identity-oriented student groups. I mean, this is the whole play of the left, and I don't understand what is confusing about it. I mean, it's been going on long enough that people should have taken judicial notice. It's the solidarity and marginality play. And the reason that anti-Semitism flourishes is because, at least with respect to the BIPOC-oriented groups and the LGBTQIA two-spirit plus, they see Jewish people as successful, as in positions of status in academia and other sectors. So, well, they're not a marginalized population, so they can't play. They can't play the victimization game. And so they're not part of the, and they're not part of the coalition. And even though they, in terms of voting patterns in the West, they are. And then you have to make a choice when it comes down to conflicts like between the Muslim world and Israel. And so who do they choose? I think it's pretty obvious. So what to do about it now? Culturally, I mean, there's the geopolitical discussion and about supporting Israel, and those are important discussions too. But culturally, how do we stop incubating this ignorance and hatred, including within the upper reaches of academia? There's a big question, I think. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Eugene Kontorovich, who is a law professor at George Mason University. The Scalia Law School there. He's also the head of the International Law Department at the Colette Policy Forum, which is a Jerusalem think tank. I hope I pronounced that right. Professor Kontorovich, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Do we have
Hi.
Professor? Hi, Professor. How are you? So, what's your reaction to what, before we get to the geopolitical piece of this, which you've written about? Hello? Do we lose him? Okay, let's try to get Professor Kontorovich back. We'll take a break and effort that.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
When you get aggravated and the news has you down, when the reality of Americanism being subverted by traitors, enemies, both foreign and domestic, get to you, I go to 120 Life. Because 120 Life has found the key naturally to controlling your blood pressure. They're a Chicago-based company, and they're doing something about Big Pharma having a monopoly on blood pressure. You see, naturally, you can control your blood pressure. 120 Life has made the best natural ingredients available to you in one drink. Pomegranate, tart cherries, cranberries, hibiscus, beetroot, and magnesium. All a natural way to lower your blood pressure. That's what's nice about it. It comes in an 8-ounce bottle. You can mix and match smoothies, out of the bottle, whatever you prefer. Visit 120life.com. That's 120life.com. You can order a 2-week trial pack. Using promo code LIBERTY, you save 15%, and it comes with a money-back guarantee. Visit 120life.com. That's 120life.com. That's 120life.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, I think we've got Professor Eugene Kontorovich, George Mason University Scalia Law School professor, back. Professor, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you, yeah. I'm actually in Jerusalem, so sorry for that.
Oh, no worries, no worries. Great to have you on. I don't know if you caught it, but the op-ed that was penned by Berkeley law professor Stephen Solomon saying, "Don't hire my anti-Semitic law students." What do you think about that posture?
You know, I think, fortunately, I've been blessed not to have this problem, and George Mason Law School has reacted commendably to this unspeakable massacre. But one of the distressing things about the massacre, nobody imagined how quite evil, unspeakably evil, even Hamas is. But nobody thought, that Hamas was so great in the first place. What's the really shocking thing is not just the unspeakable brutality of Hamas's crimes, but that they have so many, what I would call Holocaust deniers, Holocaust excusers, in prominent positions in the West, in universities and academia, and we see both at law schools, doctors. We see so many educated people who are supposed to be part of the liberal elite of society engaging in genocide apologetics or even genocide celebration before our eyes. I'm not a big fan of cancel culture. I don't think people should be dinged for misspeaking, off-the-cuff statements, or youthful indiscretion. But when you come out and celebrate an event that involved the mass slaughter and torture of people, with babies burned alive in front of their parents and parents burned alive in front of their babies, raping women and then killing them, if you have anything good to say about that, if you have anything morally ambiguous to say about that, that raises a serious question about your fitness for the bar. To be admitted to the bar, you need to be pass a moral fitness test, and it seems that this is manifestly inconsistent. The same with doctors who express sympathy with this. Right? Certain professions have higher obligations. How could you trust a doctor to treat you if you're Jewish if they have celebrated the murder of your people?
That's a good point.
I wanted to get to some of the geopolitical thoughts that you had on this as well. You tweeted out about President Biden's visit to Israel tomorrow. The Biden administration is holding Israel back from taking out Hamas. How so?
Yes. So President Biden is coming tomorrow in the middle of this war. It's a highly unusual thing to do. And the question is why, right? There's no conversations he can have that he can't have, by the phone. But, Israel is poised for a ground invasion of Gaza, an invasion that is sure to cause a lot of damage, to result in a lot of casualties, and, also at the same time, fundamentally end the paradigms of the Middle East, the two-state solution model that Biden has devoted his life to. By Biden coming, the thing he primarily accomplishes is makes it impossible for Israel to launch a ground invasion until at least sometime after he leaves. So that's a problem. And it's clear that the Biden administration is pushing Israel to adopt, to accept something other than complete and permanent victory over the people who did this.
Well, is there any way his presence might help get the American hostages back? I know there's 199 in total, and we did hear from one young lady who was at that music festival, and she said that she was receiving medical treatment, and I'm sure you saw that videotape that was released yesterday, right?
Yeah, the videotape itself was a form of abuse and a form of psychological torture. Her mother, upon seeing this video, said she could tell that she was being forced to say this, that she was being coerced. And this is like the hostage videos American POWs were made to put out by the Vietnamese. It's an abuse of prisoners. We don't know, this video could have been days old. We don't know if she's still alive. And Hamas is engaging in psychological manipulation. The goal cannot be simply the release of American hostages. Right? The goal must be that this could never happen again. And the only way for that to happen is that Hamas must be completely wiped out. Hamas took these hostages for a reason, right? To use them as a tool to buy them time and to use them as basically human shield. That cannot be allowed to happen.
Something else that needs to be confronted is the moral equivocations in the literati here. Let me give you an example I want to get your reaction to. Nick Kristof, writing at New York Times, of course. One reason the sympathy for Hamas in some leftist quarters is so wrong-headed, Hamas militants are not freedom fighters. They're misogynist oppressors of their own people who commit atrocities against Israelis that lead to counterstrikes that kill civilians. Instead of helping Palestinians advance, Hamas enormously magnifies their suffering. So that's one sentence, one paragraph. The next paragraph, yet this too must be said. Another reason for the hatred is the endless degradation in Gaza that results from Israel's periodic bombings and from its economic blockade. And the upshot is Dick Christoff sort of wondering aloud, what good does it do to destroy Gaza? How do you react?
Right. So, first of all, Israel has not controlled Gaza since 2005. Israel left Gaza completely in 2005. They took out all the civilians. They even took out the bodies from the cemeteries. And then Hamas won the elections and took power and began attacking Israel. The blockade that Israel has maintained of Gaza, which is obviously a very partial blockade, look at all the weaponry they got, look at all the tunnels they got, was in response to Hamas's attacks in the first place. So Nick Christoff is falling for Hamas's central weapon, which is to attack Israel, to provoke a response, which they then use as justification for further attacks. But I want to say, even if the Gazan people are suffering, there's a lot of suffering people in the world. The Gazans are not high on the list of suffering peoples. Do we see other suffering peoples cut open pregnant women's stomachs, stab their babies to death, and then shoot them, to tie families together and use them as kindling for each other? We don't see this in any context of any people.
All right, well, wait, how do you,
around the world.
There's 500 to 600 Americans who are trapped in Gaza, who are at the Egyptian border trying to get out. Do you think they should have a right to leave?
I think all the people in Gaza who want to leave should leave. I think that's crucial. Right? Israel wants to minimize civilian casualties, and Hamas is bottling up people who want to flee the conflict inside Gaza. And the U.S., which gives Egypt $3 billion a year in aid, must insist that Egypt solve this humanitarian crisis by opening its border to refugees. And, there's a big irony here. The people who love refugees the most, who say America should open its borders to refugees, European countries should open their borders to refugees, won't pressure and won't demand that Egypt open their border to a small number of refugees from a neighboring area that they used to occupy.
Eugene Konorovich is the head of the I'm sorry. Yes, Eugene Konorovich is the head of the International Law Department at the Colette Policy Forum, a Jerusalem think tank. He's also a professor at George Mason University's Scalia Law School. Professor Konorovich, thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's what Chicago is talking about. It's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560. The Answer.
Looking to give your home a one-of-a-kind makeover? It's time to think outside the box with Forever Remodeling. We're highly skilled to design and build kitchens, bathrooms, and basements using state-of-the-art 3D design software, customer communication software, and a dedicated project manager throughout your project. With Forever Remodeling, imagine a kitchen that's an extension of your personality, a bathroom that's a spa-like sanctuary, and a basement that's a canvas for your dreams. Reach out to us at 847-809-3355 or visit foreverremodeling.com.
Tune in every Saturday afternoon at 3 for the Money Hour Radio, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group. Learn estate and tax planning strategies, choosing the right IRA, and the ever-important decision when to take Social Security benefits. When you have retirement in sight, sound decisions are critical. Tune in to the Money Hour Radio every Saturday afternoon at 3, right here on AM 560, brought to you by Pierre Shale Financial Group.
Advisor services offered through Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated. Pierre Shale Financial Group Incorporated is a registered independent investment advisor.
AM 560, The Answer.
We need to come up with theme music for Frank. But hey, it's Frank's.
And it's Frank's.
What Frank wants, Frank gets. It's time for another episode of In-Depth History with Frank from Arlington Heights. Frank.
Good morning. Good morning. Today I'd like to talk about Hamilton's curse. In the early 1780s, early in our country's history, we suffered a lot of economic problems, including very high debt and high inflation. George Washington, the new president, turned to Alexander Hamilton to come up with an economic plan. One part of that economic plan was the creation of a national bank, and what this national bank would do was it would sell bonds to have a federal assumption of the state's Revolutionary War debts. And this worked pretty well. And one of Hamilton's logical aspects of it was he wanted to tie the citizens to the success of the new government. And it worked. 3 national banks later, and a Keynesian progressive era later, 90 years of it, we now have $33 trillion in government debt, with another $2.3 trillion to come this year with our deficit. And we're tied to that. Who owns those bonds? Mutual funds, insurance companies, Social Security trust funds, pension funds, foreigners, public. We all own it. We're tied now to a federal leviathan, whether we like it or not, and our retirements depend on it. And Generation Z, if the government borrows the next $119 trillion that it thinks it's going to over the next several decades, they're on the road to serfdom.
Well, Generation Z would have you know that they were told there would be no math. So they will go blithely down that road to serfdom. It would appear. Frank from Arlington Heights with in-depth history. Thanks so much, as always, Frank.
Thank you, Dan. If you guys have a suggestion on the theme, I'm always more than open to it.
Okay.
So.
Right.
Justin gets back from his honeymoon soon. So.
That includes our listeners too. If you want Frank to do a deep historical dive on your behalf, so just send us a text or shoot us an email.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, now we return to the coverage of the Palestinian boy who was murdered, his mom almost murdered by that landlord in Plainfield, what the media covers, how it covers it, what it doesn't, and why. 7:07.
And later, why Mayor Johnson's canceling his trip to the border. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Bail denied for the landlord charged with the killing of a Muslim boy. A JSU student from Chicago killed in a shooting on campus in Mississippi. And the Chicago Ethics Board fines an alderman. WIND Chicago News Time 7.
It's day 11 of Israel's war against Hamas terrorists. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
Moments ago, there were air raid sirens sounding in the central part of Israel, an indication that 11 days into this conflict, Hamas and Islamic Jihad are still able to fire on major population centers here.
Fox's Trey Yangston, southern Israel, reports Hezbollah militants have been firing rockets also from Lebanon.
Israel has to be prepared for this to develop into a multi-front conflict, and it's part of the reason, according to reports, that the Israelis are taking their time before launching this ground invasion into Gaza.
Where nearly 200 hostages are being held, Hamas released a video of an injured Israeli captive last night. Tomorrow, President Biden will go to Israel for talks with the Prime Minister, the Palestinian President, and the leaders of Jordan and Egypt. And Fox's Brooke Singman reports.
More than 2,000 troops have been ordered to be on standby for a possible deployment to Israel. As far as we know, the U.S. service members headed towards Israel will provide medical support for Israeli forces, not for combat.
A manhunt for suspected terrorist ended this morning in Brussels when police shot and killed him.
Thousands of Sweden supporters had gathered in the city for a soccer game with Belgium. 2 were shot dead and a third injured in an automatic rifle attack 3 miles from the stadium. Later, a man identifying himself as a member of ISIS posted a video saying he carried out the attack.
That's Fox's Jonathan Savage. 2 weeks after Kevin McCarthy was ousted as House Speaker, House Republicans plan to vote today considering Jim Jordan.
The American people deserve to have their Congress, their House representatives working. And we can't have that happen to get a speaker, so we need to do that.
And Jordan says he's more confident now, though there are still some holdouts who oppose the outspoken conservative. It only takes a handful of Republican no's to block Jordan. Former President Trump will be questioned today under oath in a deposition stemming from lawsuits filed by the 2 people who were inside the FBI, exchanging now infamous anti-Trump texts. While Peter Strzok played a key role in the Trump-Russia collusion investigation, he and Lisa Page are suing. America's listening to Fox.
Skies are clear. We have some fog and 41 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Loved ones said goodbye to the 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered yesterday for the funeral of Waidia El Fayumi at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
No child should ever have to pay for the crimes or for the manufactured image of a criminal on the part of anybody else.
Meantime, bail denied for the Will County landlord accused of killing the 6-year-old for being Muslim. Joseph Chuba appeared in court yesterday on charges of murder, attempted murder, aggravated battery, and committing a hate crime, according to prosecutors. More than 100 gathered Monday evening for prayer, a vigil for solidarity, and a rally for the victims in Israel.
It's not about politics. It's not about a demonstration. It's about supporting each other, and especially supporting the victims, supporting really our brothers and sisters over in Israel who are going through all of this. And again, about encouraging all of us. You can do better.
Rabbi Shalom Nodak organized the event in Wheeling. The vigil marked by word that Hamas terrorists could release some non-Israeli hostages. Security was very tight to ensure a safe environment. Mayor Brandon Johnson will not be going to the nation's southern border, turning down an opportunity to join a delegation heading to Texas. An aide to the mayor simply says he's decided to stay in Chicago.
What we're doing is we're sending a small delegation to begin some preliminary conversations with local stakeholders there who are responsible for transit.
So the group will be pushing local agencies in Texas to alert City of Chicago agencies when buses are being sent to the city. A Jackson State University student from the Chicago area is dead. Killed on the Mississippi campus over the weekend, Jalen Burns, 21, was a graduate of Hillcrest High School in Country Club Hills. Chicago Board of Ethics fining Alderman Jim Gardner $20,000, accused of retaliating against a constituent by directing city staff to issue bogus citations against that resident for overgrown weeds and rodents back in 2019. Blackhawks another road win, 4-1 over Toronto. Hawks visit the Avalanche next on Thursday night to close their season-opening road trip. Cowboys fend off the Chargers 20-17 on Monday Night Football. The news a service of the AM 560 store. Order T-shirts, hoodies, and more from your favorite AM 560 brands like Proft University. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Freedom Summit Chicago tickets are now on sale. Join AM 560, The Answer, on November 11th at the Westin Chicago Northwest for Freedom Summit, featuring Rand Paul, Judge Janine Pirro from Fox News, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Automated Systems Incorporated, HealthInsuranceMentors.com, and by Illinois Concealed Carry Training.
What's the best way to stop Joe Biden's agenda? No, it's not voting Republican. A better option is to vote with your wallet. Democrats get easy votes by giving away newly printed money, but we can fight this never-ending scam by making use of physical gold. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. These special accounts allow you to preserve your retirement and help the country at the same time. Plus, you pay zero penalties or taxes on the transfer. To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898, and my friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold IRA company I trust, so text PROTECT to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Paid for by Birch Gold Group. Eating Balance of Nature fruits and veggies is not replacing the fruits and vegetables in your diet. It is fruits and vegetables in your diet. Ask yourself, how many servings of fruits and vegetables have I eaten today? Have you eaten 1, 2, 3, and from how many varieties? Most people are less than 3. Our body is an amazing chemical laboratory, and when you give it the right chemistry, it functions the best. Balance of Nature is 31 different fruits and vegetables prepared in a way to give you the ultimate whole fruit and vegetable chemistry. Let Balance of Nature help you supplement your fruit and vegetable intake for a lot less money and a lot less work and a much higher quality of life.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
7:07. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Inbound Edens, 45 solid minutes. Lake Cook Road to the junction. The Kennedy, 78 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange, or solid from Keeler to Kimball. Kennedy outbound, 42 minutes back out to the big airport. Aiken, it's an hour, 390 to the old post office. Stevenson, 54 minutes into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan, an accident with 2 right lanes blocked involving Chicago police. It's inbound at Canalport, 27, and climbing in from the Burn as you travel from 95th into the Burn Circle interchange. DuSable Lakeshore Drive remains closed southbound between North Avenue and Chicago. Traffic being diverted off at North Avenue due to an ongoing fatal accident investigation. 7:08. Time to visit signaturebank.bank and time to check Chicago's morning weather forecast. We get the very latest with Steve Williams.
Today, lots of sunshine, the high at 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Partly sunny, nice day tomorrow, breezy, and the high 69. Clouds and a couple of showers around on Thursday. High Thursday afternoon, 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 at O'Hare. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment brought to you by Unleash Your Wealth with Raj Shah and Rick Borick this Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. Learn more at scwealthadvisors.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Unity, common ground, respect for diversity of views. Anytime you hear the left's political mouthpieces, like Sack of Durbin is a good example, very calmly suggesting those are representative of his beliefs and the beliefs of his party, they're lying. And we have another installment to provide as evidence. Mentioned a bit earlier in the show, but let's develop it. Get your reaction. The NPR Times, again, literally state-funded media. Caesars Press Corps with Caesars J School apparatchiks. Plainfield man fatally stabbed 6-year-old Muslim boy after listening to conservative talk radio. They ascribe prosecutors as saying that.
Right.
That's not what prosecutors said. Included in the interviews was the interview of the assailant's wife, the man who allegedly murdered this 6-year-old boy in gruesome fashion, stabbing him to death and almost killed his mother as well after getting into a disagreement about the Hamas attack in Gaza.
Yeah, the wife told detectives, quote, that he regularly listens to conservative talk radio and he was very interested in current events.
So the first instinct of Caesars J School graduates at Caesars press outlets, how do we use the gruesome murder of a 6-year-old boy to smear our political opponents? It's the old wrap-up smear. You remember, Nancy Pelosi detailed it for you. Here's how it works, in the former speaker's own words.
We call it the wrap-up smear. If you want to talk politics, you call it the wrap-up smear. You smear somebody with falsehoods and all the rest, and then you merchandise it. And then you write it, and if they see it's reported in the press that this, and this, so they have that validation that the press reported the smear, and then it's called the wrap-up smear. Now I'm going to merchandise the press's report on the smear that we made. And it's a tactic.
It is a tactic.
Yeah.
And
then they'll find out if he's registered as a Democrat or Republican and do whatever they want to do.
It is a tactic, and the NPR Times just used it. So you have a concrete example. It's not an abstraction. It's not theoretical. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Conservatives are racists. Conservatives are Islamophobes. So that's the falsehood that you spread. And then there's an opportunity to merchandise it when a old white dude murders a 6-year-old boy and attempts to murder his mother.
And his wife also told investigators that he recently had withdrawn $1,000 from his bank because he believed the grid would go down.
Okay. And?
Well, I think there's some mental health issues there, but I'm not a doctor. We already went over that, but they always want to blame for everything, like Jared Loughner in Tucson. Oh, no, he wasn't a Republican or a Democrat. He was never voted in his life. He was crazy. He suffered mental illness and people knew it, but they never said anything.
The ideology you're dealing with here, and why you can't get the left to condemn the hate-based invective of their fellow travelers. For example, Michael Schill, the president of Northwestern University. I mentioned this the other day, but now we've got the actual language. He cannot bring himself to comment on Hamas's terrorist attack in Gaza because he's not here to speak for the entire professorate and so forth. The decision to exercise speech is something that needs to be carefully considered because there's a diversity of people and a diversity of viewpoints at Northwestern. When he was at Oregon, when he was president of the University of Oregon, in June of 2020, he said this: "There's no question we're living in a moment where our nation is painfully coming to grips with the reality of systemic racism that has been woven into the fabric of our society for generations. Events of the last few weeks have sadly demonstrated that racists in our country still kill black people and other people of color. Racism still endures within our nation's power structure, and racism still keeps black, indigenous, Latinx, and Asian people from equal access to healthcare, education, justice, economic prosperity, and so much more. People are angry, people are hurt, people are enraged." Describing, of course, the siege that was initiated by Black Lives Matter and those who use the opportunity of some moral justification for violence to jump in. And then 3.5 years later, Michael Schill, he's personally repulsed and sickened by what Hamas has done. That's the view of Mike Schill, citizen, Jew, and human being. However, I understand that when I put out an official statement on a political matter, an atrocity, a catastrophe, people read it not as the views of Mike Schill, but as President Mike Schill speaking for the university. As such, the decision to exercise speech takes on different meaning. We are a university which celebrates free expression, diversity of people, and diversity of viewpoints. No, you're not, but okay. This is essential to our role in society. The university does not speak for our faculty, students, and staff on these matters. They have their own voices, and I would venture to say there are no doubt differences among our students and faculty on what Hamas did and how Israel is responding. For me to speak for them displaces their own freedom to speak. How so? You can't make a statement without somebody else also making a statement, and perhaps a statement that opposes the statement you made? That's the funny thing about the rights enshrined in the first 10 amendments. They're restraints on government so that we all enjoy those rights equally simultaneously. Michael Schill's right to free speech doesn't prevent me from speaking. And Michael Schill's, any statement Michael Schill might make as Northwestern University president doesn't prevent any student or faculty member from speaking as well. As we saw during the more pedestrian matters like the Pat Fitzgerald firing. But this is so telling about what grips these institutions. And it's Northwestern, and it's Stanford, and it's Harvard. The best schools in the country, we're told. So they're not one-off universities. The best schools in the country are beholden to some of the worst elements, the most anti-small d democratic elements in the country. And you wonder why we're on the road to serfdom that Frank from Arlington Heights referenced in his in-depth history minute last hour. That press corps, beholden, the Chicago press corps, the D.C. press corps, all of the urban outposts of the D.C. press corps, it's the same thing. All of these institutions. And now we're seeing it in full blossom in a way that a lot on the left can't ignore, because they may be, as Michael Schill describes himself, citizen, Jew, and human being, but they've also been beholden to the left. And it's helpful for them. The Larry Summerses of the world, former president of Harvard. Michael Schills of the world, a Jew, citizen, and human being, president of Northwestern. It's helpful when it's just intemperate rhetoric. It's just anti-Semitism on campus. It's noxious statements they can ignore because there's sort of no public implication. But when you have a massacre like occurred in Gaza, it makes it a lot more difficult, and some people have to break ranks. And it's still mealy-mouthed. They still can't completely break away from the left, because even though they're not viewed as part of the solidarity and marginality crowd by the new Marxists, the BIPOCs and the LGBTQIA+, Jews, you're not welcome. You're not really part of us. But we'll take your votes and we'll take your money, but you're not really part of us when it comes to, for example, a choice between a Islamo-fascist terrorist group and innocent civilians. Sorry, we're with the Islamo-fascist terrorist group. As the Democrat Socialist Party, the new Marxist, is. They are.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. Text line. Dan and Amy, I want to hear testimony from the actually accused about what he did and why he did it. I prefer facts.
Well, I mean, again, we're going based on what Will County prosecutors and Will County sheriffs have disclosed publicly. So
because they received text messages from the boy's mother who was in the hospital, and she stated to them what happened via text. And then they interviewed his wife too.
Well, so we'll see as information becomes available. I'm hard pressed to conceive of a justification for stabbing a 6-year-old boy 26 times, okay? So that's where we're starting.
That was barbaric. He's a monster.
So anyway, the question becomes those individuals who affiliate with people who hate them, and whether or not some more scales fall from some more eyes such that they choose to no longer affiliate. Because the real problem is the Jewish left is no different than the honky left in places like Naperville or Hinsdale. They have this sort of misplaced white man's burden that they couch in religion, and they've bought the wraparound smears perpetrated by the left. That's the important cultural dynamic. And if you miss that, you're missing everything. Because the cultural dynamic is what informs all of the institutions that are supposed to be the foundations of a civil, free society. I mean, it took a Jewish billionaire sitting on the board of Harvard. It took this for him to step off the board of Harvard. You didn't know what was going on at Harvard? It's just the prestige and the affiliation and the white man's burden, for lack of a better, more accurate descriptor, because that's what it is. It's the white guilt that Shelby Steele wrote about. And so people better get over it. Greg in Jefferson Park.
Hey, good morning, guys. You know, one of the other things that really frustrates me is the guys who start a lot of these companies that are trying to take our rights away, First Amendment rights, Zuckerberg, Facebook, Page and Brin of Google. You know, you got Bloomberg over there in New York trying to take our guns away. I mean, you know, Jeff Bezos, who, even though he doesn't really practice, he's a Jew by birth. And you know what? These folks are doing everything in their power to take our rights away. and get rid of the middle class and make it the mind-numbingly rich versus the serfs doing all the work for everybody else. And I'm sick and tired of it. You know, it's got to end. It's just people need to get with the program and get on board and stop this crap. You guys have...
Thanks for the call, Greg. Well, it would be nice if there'd be a little bit of solidarity and people that are actually standing up for the aggrieved in the moment. I mean, it's conservative talk radio that's being blamed by the NPR Times for the murder of that 6-year-old boy that is standing with the victims in Gaza. And also, at the same time, to be clear, recognizing explicitly that most Muslims are peaceful pluralists, most Palestinians are, no issues with Palestinian Americans. We don't look at groups. We look at an individual basis. We judge on behavior, not religious affiliation or any other non-behavioral characteristic. Behavior. Stated beliefs, which is a precursor to behavior. So it'd be nice if it wasn't just denouncing the vitriol directed at the Jewish people coming from the professorate and so many of the students on college campuses, for example. It'd be nice to hear some people do the full walk back from the left and their wraparound smears. Jordan, Antioch.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. The reason that these people don't want to condemn what happened over there is because they don't want to. And the ones that do, they never actually really condemn it. I should say the ones that do. But a lot of them, even when they do, they don't condemn the actual act. They don't condemn the actual mentality behind it. They change their language on it. Like when you had that fellow on the
They contextualize it. They contextualize. Right. Let me give you an example of what you're talking about. We were just talking about with Konorovich, professor from George Mason, law professor. Nick Kristof describes Hamas's leadership in Gaza since they took over governance there as myopic and weak. They're a terrorist organization. And that's not me saying it. By the way, that's our State Department, including under this regime, who's designated Hamas as a terrorist organization. That's not weak and myopic. It's murderous. And it has been.
And they continue to support it and just change the context about it. And the thing that's really scary, and then I'll get off, is all of these young people, all these millennials, all these college students are in support. And if you want to support the Palestinians, the true Palestinians that are against this and have come out against this, great, because they need your help, right? Because they're under the burden and under the thumb of Hamas. But if you want to claim these people as martyrs and then turn around and say you need to gas the Jews, these are the people that you really need to be concerned about, because these people, if you were to get on a plane right now and go, hey, man, I'm with you, brother, they would throw you off a building, and they will continue to support these people. That's the scary part. They've won the support of people that they will kill.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Mike, Southside. Okay, Mike from Southside gone. David, Winnetka.
Yeah, I'm sorry, so much to say here. Well, first and foremost, good morning, guys. Thank you so very much for what you do. I love you both. So where do I start? I'll tell you what, I've been called a racist the last couple of years so many times, and so I've just become, numb to it. Then I just realized, while listening to you guys just now, being a racist, what a horrible, disgusting, just absurd, the way to be. But I'll tell you what, if that means that me being a racist, so-called racist, is my title, I'll be happy to accept that, because it's far more less of an accusation than being on the side that supports terror and killing of innocents and not even letting their people leave. I don't know. Anyways, thank you. I'm sorry I was convoluted.
That's all right. Thanks, David. Lee Hammond.
Yeah, guys. The idea that these educated idiots can give a moral equivalency to the plight of the Palestinian people, and equate that with the slaughter of innocent people at a rock concert. It's not new. These are the same idiots that get their shorts in a knot over January 6th, but at the same time when some Democrat whack job shoots up a congressional baseball game, it's crickets. They got nothing to say about it. So this isn't new. This is the way these people are, and until they're confronted with it being the idiots they are, and stop letting them hide behind their ivory towers, it's going to go on and on. If there's somebody needs to confront this whole class of people and put them in their place where they need to be put.
Thanks for the call. I mean, it's been going on here, in the most pronounced fashion since 9/11, where it's Islamophobia is the real threat. No, Islamofascism is the real threat, and we're adults who are able to make distinctions between a small group of people that are political extremists hiding behind a religion and committing acts of violence from people who are peaceful pluralists and who are not doing that. That's not that complicated. It's not that complicated to draw that line. And so you can report on the horrors that happen in Plainfield. You can report on the horror that happened in Brussels. Is anybody reporting on that? The Muslim who apparently...
He's an alleged ISIS member.
Yeah, who murdered two people.
Yeah, two Swedes.
Right, two Swedish nationalists
before
shot
the
them.
Swedish soccer game, and they canceled it at halftime because he was still on the loose. But he yelled Allah Akbar before he pulled out his rifle and gunned them down.
And so, we could go through and document all of the Islamofascist inspired terrorist attacks on American soil in the last 20 years. But we don't need to do that because we recognize the distinction. They're easy distinctions to make. And for people who won't make them, that tells you everything you need to know about them and their agendas. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
This is Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com for Town Hall. 2 new media polls this week give reason to hope in the common sense of Americans. Mainstream media outlets spent much of the last week trying to minimize Hamas terrorism by focusing on the plight of Gazans and potential Israeli war crimes in the war Hamas unleashed. But the American public did not get fooled. Both CNN and Washington Post ABC polls showed overwhelming support for Israel in the U.S. and majority support for their war footing against Hamas. Media coverage and the primal pro-terrorist screams from college campuses didn't put a dent in America's rejection of genocide and slaughter. But neither poll showed any hint of renewed confidence in Joe Biden's leadership either. It took Biden 3 days for him to publicly address the attacks that left at least 30 Americans dead and more missing or kidnapped. Only a third of Americans have even a moderate amount of confidence in Biden. Americans tend to rally around their leaders in times of crisis. Joe Biden is no leader. I'm Ed Morrissey.
Hi, former CI officer and survival expert Jason Hansen here. I teach people how to prepare for the unexpected. And right now, most Americans with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts are not prepared for a financial crisis that could hit the U.S. in the next 45 days if we don't fix our ramped up government spending. I have partnered with Advantage Gold, the #1 rated precious metals company in America, to release my new Financial Crisis Survival Kit that's 100% free for everyone with a retirement account who calls in today. Simply call 800-900-8000. My Financial Crisis Survival Kit is jam-packed with valuable information on how you can protect yourself with physical gold and silver. Your first step to protection is calling 800-900-8000 and speaking to one of their Gold IRA specialists.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Check with your financial advisor before investing.
Again, simply call 800-900-8000.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, we'll discuss Chicago's 20, the 20 worst communities where violence and dismal educations intersect. Ted Dabrowski, all things Illinois policy related, 7:37.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
7:32, clear skies, a little fog, and 42 degrees. And we want to thank our friends at Channel 9 for just giving us an aerial shot of the mess on DuSable Lakeshore Drive. It is a parking lot from North Avenue all the way back to Lawrence. There is a fatal traffic investigation. If you're thinking about getting on Lakeshore Drive and traveling southbound, do not. Your travel time is actually off the scale right now. Can't get on. So, and all traffic is being diverted off at North Avenue, but even that's taking such a long time to exit. No one is really moving from Lawrence, so avoid southbound Lakeshore Drive if you can, at least for the moment. Police in Belgium have shot dead a suspected Tunisian ISIS terrorist accused of killing 2 Swedish soccer fans in a brazen attack.
An enormous manhunt began after the shooting in Brussels last night. It ended in a cafe early this morning where police shot the suspected gunman in the chest. Thousands of Sweden supporters had gathered in the city for a soccer game with Belgium. 2 were shot dead and a third injured in an automatic rifle attack 3 miles from the stadium. Later, a man identifying himself as a member of ISIS posted a video saying he carried out the attack. Prime Minister Alexander De Croo called the shooting a harrowing act of terrorism. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
Belgian Interior Minister Annelies Verlinden just said moments ago the gun that was used has been recovered. The U.S. and Israel are agreeing to develop a plan providing humanitarian aid from donor nations to civilians in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says critical aid should begin to flow.
The United States and Israel have agreed to develop a plan that will enable humanitarian aid from donor nations and multilateral organizations to reach civilians in Gaza, and them alone, including the possibility of creating areas to help keep civilians out of harm's way.
A vote for new Speaker of the House expected around noontime today. It's unclear if Jim Jordan will gather enough votes to secure the position. 4 dangerous inmates are on the run after escaping from a Georgia jail. Bibb County Sheriff's Office say they fled through a damaged window at a county detention center and got away. A judge is issuing a limited gag order against former President Donald Trump in his federal election interference case. Loved ones here saying goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Bail denied for that Will County landlord, Joseph Chuba, accused of killing that 6-year-old boy and injuring his mother, according to prosecutors, for being Muslim. Mayor Brandon Johnson will not go to the southern border, turning down an opportunity to join a delegation heading to Texas this week. And a man was arrested at O'Hare after making a direct threat yesterday toward the airport. It happened around 12:30. Police responded to Terminal 1. Police do confirm they made an arrest and then secured the terminal. Blackhawks, 3 goals in the second period and a really good 4-1 win over the Maple Leafs in Toronto. They closed this long season-opening road trip Thursday in Colorado. The news, a service of Turnkey.pro. With decades of C-suite experience, Turnkey knows small business. Turnkey has solutions for your business. Visit Turnkey.pro. That's Turnkey.pro. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's Reveille. Governor Pritzker has a war on parents. 2 years ago, he signed a law repealing a parent's right to be notified if their minor daughter was seeking an abortion. His state board of education adopted official guidelines that say school districts should hide a student's gender transitioning from parents if the child doesn't want the parent to know. During COVID, Pritzker refused to consider parental input on vax mandates for students and masking. And he will likely be the first governor to end a school choice program. We're fighting back. We believe that parents have a right to make important decisions about their children's safety, health, and education, and have formed Parents Matter Coalition. Our first initiative is to get an advisory question on the 2024 ballot to ask the following. Shall the written consent from a minor's parent or guardian be required before any entity, person, clinic, or school can provide a minor under the age of 18 years any non-emergency medical procedure, medication, pharmaceutical, or any gender modification procedure, gender identification counseling, or gender therapy? The question shouldn't even have to be asked. These are inherent rights of parenthood. It will take a statewide grassroots effort to collect the signatures necessary to get the question on the ballot. You can help. Go to parentsmattercoalition.org. Download a petition and circulate it and return it to the address provided. Be sure to take the petition to your state rep and school board members and ask them to sign it. If they refuse to sign, publicize their refusal. If the question doesn't receive a majority of support, that's a clear sign Illinois is lost and it's time to leave. I'm Jeannie Ives. To learn more, listen to my radio show on Sundays from 7 to 9 p.m. and sign up for my newsletter at breakthrough-ideas.com. That's breakthrough-ideas.com.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly ranked hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
7:38 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. Again, we told you about the mess on DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Just simply avoid it if you can. Traffic being forced off at North Avenue due to an ongoing fatal traffic investigation. On the toll roads this morning, northbound Tri-State disabled with problems between the Cermak toll and North Avenue due to a semi on fire with a right lane blocked. Jane Addams eastbound right now jams up between Higgins and Roselle. The Reagan right now eastbound jams up between the Tri-State, right at the southbound Tri-State exit ramp. And the Veterans, due to an earlier accident northbound, is jammed between the Des Plaines River Valley Bridge and 75th. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast mostly sunny and 61 today. 42 and clear skies at O'Hare. Little fog in the area. And your next news is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Catholic Cemeteries of Chicago. Ensure your legacy lives on. Set your final wishes in place. Visit CatholicCemeteriesChicago.org.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
I guess we're not doing Ted Dabrowski's theme music today. Ted Dabrowski is president of WirePoints, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. It turns out that BLM Brandon can't make time in his schedule to go with the alderhumans to visit the border and, implore Texans to give them the heads up when the next buses will arrive?
Listen, it's a big burden being the mayor of Chicago and also being a husband and a father.
Just to clarify, when is a team?
Soon as possible. Look, I'm still running a major city.
Whining.
I have children who attend schools who have soccer games, y'all. You know, you all are asking me as if I'm not a parent in this city. I get it, I'm mayor. I get it, but you're asking me to give you a date, and I have to court. Do you understand that you have not had a mayor like me? I get that. I have a wife, I have children, they have schedules. And plus, we still have public safety that we have to address. We still have the unhoused that we have to address. I still have a budget that I have to address. And I'm doing all of that with a black wife raising 3 black children on the west side of the city of Chicago. I am going to the border as soon as possible. But I got to coordinate that with running the government and making sure that my wife and children are secure as well. Thank you, Lawrence.
I mean, it still makes me gasp every time I hear that if a woman acted like that. Because, you know, we have burdens with these things called children and schedules. He's a joke. So he didn't speak to the media yesterday. He had his senior advisor, Jason Lee. What's wrong, Dan? He had his senior advisor, Jason Lee, describe and tell us why he's not going.
But things are moving and shifting so quickly that information changes and even personnel changes. There's been elections on the border, different administrations in place. We need to build relationships with folks on the ground now. We're going to be sharing accurate information. I mean, there's no question what the weather the challenge the weather conditions present in this city. Housing continues to be a challenge as we try to find more and more shelter beds.
Did you find an answer in that as to why he's not going?
First of all, I don't give a rat's ass if he goes or not. What point is there for him to go? The whole thing is a big PR stunt anyway. What is he going to do at the border any different than he's doing in the mayor's office? But that's the first point. Like Brandon Johnson going to the border is going to redound to some benefit for Chicagoans or change the policy in the city. Obviously, it's not. That's number one. Number two is, oh, by the way, I'm different than any other mayor. We've had mayors with school-age children before. Tiny Dancer.
Lori Lightfoot.
Richard.
Jay Daly.
M. Daly.
Yeah. We've never not had a mayor who hasn't had the burdens of, being a parent and having this job.
Well, we have had mayors that haven't. We have had mayors that have not had that burden.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, regardless, it's just the whole thing is sophistry, and it is for, I don't know, I guess the people that go to the Chicago public schools and their parents and grandparents who went to the Chicago public schools who can't read or do math. And I mean that literally. This is not some generic smear. This is based on the scores emanating from those black and brown neighborhoods, because remember, under the leadership of this party for the last 100 years, the new Marxists and the machine politicians, same party, this is the most de facto segregated city in the country, big city in the country. And those neighborhoods, they profess so much concern and care about the alderhumans that represent them through the annals of Chicago history, the mayors, particularly the last two. Frankly, go back to Harold Washington. Go back to Tiny Dancer. He played racial politics, too. And here we have this report from WirePoints, wirepoints.org, of course, that details the homicides and the test scores, the proficiency in reading and math in the 20 most violent and poorly educated, and of course there's correlation there, neighborhoods in the city. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Ted Dabrowski, President, wirepoints.org. Thanks, Ted. Appreciate it.
Hey, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy.
So I'm looking at this report, and I see Chatham, where Stacey Davis Gates lives, the head of CTU, 26 homicides this year, and the reading proficiency is 16%, and the math proficiency is 10%. I can see why she wanted to send her kid out of the neighborhood to a private school.
Well, exactly, and the school that NBC reported that the school that her son would have gone to, Harlan Academy, it was just 5 out of 100 kids who could read, and in math, 3 out of 100. So, you've got the violence. You don't want to send your kid to a high school. Once these kids get older, there's more of them involved in crime, as we know, and so you put that lethal combination of violence and criminals, even young ones, and then none of them can read at grade level, and many of them aren't even close to reading at grade level. It's not that they can't read at grade level; they may be 3 and 4 years behind. So it's toxic, and what do you want parents to do? And this always comes back to the same discussion we keep having. Right? There's no plan. There's no plan. Absolutely no plan. They don't even. I'm not even sure that they know these numbers in government. But
they don't want to.
It's no wonder,
for sure.
Or they don't want to. So it's no wonder that Stacey Davis Gates, in all her hypocrisy, took her kid out of the school. And it's what every parent should do who's down there trapped in this kind of environment.
And to put this in context, the violence, too, I mean, you did a nice job in this report. So the city with the highest murder, big city with the highest murder per capita rate in the country is New Orleans, at 74 people per 100,000. These neighborhoods that we're talking about on the city's south and west sides, they're at double that or more in terms of homicide rate per resident.
Yeah, and of course we're comparing a small community to a bigger city, New Orleans, right? But nevertheless, what it tells you is right that the worst city in the country, when you look at the whole city, New Orleans, right, it's 70-something per every 100,000 in population. Well, you've got places like, and these are rates, right? So they're used for apples to apples comparison. But West Garfield Park is 160 per 100K. So double that of New Orleans. You've got others that West Englewood 100. These are very, very scary places to live, and you can understand why they don't want their kids outside, or you also understand why kids who are playing in their front porch get shot. I can't tell you how bad it is, and it brings us around to what do you want these families to do, and it's why so many black families leave Chicago, and they're right to. We've talked about them moving to Houston, to Dallas, to Atlanta, because there is no opportunity here. There is no entrepreneurship here. There's just a toxic environment that you want to flee it. And until something changes, we get back to school choice. Until they have something else to choose from, they're either trapped, they'll flee, or they hope for something better. Just keep hoping, and the hope doesn't seem to arrive.
Although they're not doing nothing. Let's be fair. They are spending money to renovate schools.
Yeah.
$14 billion.
Yeah, we reported on that. $14 billion. That's 50% more than what the whole school district spends on a yearly basis. And they want to put money into empty schools. I mean, we're talking about schools that have just 30 or 40 students in the school when they should be housing 1,000 students, and they want to spend billions on those. The numbers are phenomenal. It's a pure waste of money. Well, it's not a waste of money. It's a way for them to reward the administrators and the teachers and the
contractors.
The contractors, exactly. You keep these schools open. People are making lots of money from empty, failing schools.
It's staggering. The topic that we opened the segment with, talking about the situation with 11,000 migrants spread across the city right now, with more coming and older humans going down to the border. We talked about this a bit yesterday. It's something I think that resonates with people because it's so easy to understand and so in your face. $400 million budgeted by Jelly Belly and the luminaries in Springfield for rental assistance that looks like it's going to be mainly used to entice communities not named Chicago, along with the other grant funding, to bring migrants into their communities and provide all of the benefits that Chicago is providing. $9,000 over 6 months, so $1,500 a month, plus moving assistance. I don't know how much they have to move. They're shipping their furniture from Caracas? Probably not. But also a furniture starter kit. That's nice little benefit package for people who are largely in this country illegally.
Yeah, I actually this past Saturday I got tired of reading the reports by guys like Rick Pearson and Chicago Tribune, who I think do a very faulty job of reporting what's happening. So I went down to Larrabee and Division, the 18th District Police Station, and just got into the middle of the mix with a lot of Venezuelans there. I wanted to hear it for myself and talk to them myself. So, it is a disaster what they've done, what we've done here. This whole open border, sanctuary status for the city, sanctuary status for the state. It's attracting all these people, and giving them false hope, and then they come here. And I saw families, two families with little kids. You're talking about 3-year-olds, and they were just on the sidewalk all day. They had no tents, no anything. And so, it really is. It's a crushing humanitarian issue, but at the same time, it makes no sense to provide to open up the borders like this when we can't even take care of our own. And you can understand why the blacks are so upset. They're taking money now from things that should be working to what we just talked about, improve schools or reduce crime, and they're taking that money and giving it to a bunch of people who are here illegally and either tricked or hoodwinked or given incentive to come here. And there's no plan, Dan. I was down there, and it's a pathetic experience. For all these tents on the sidewalk. They've taken over the police station, and zero plan. And people are just sitting around saying, "We don't know what we're doing. We want to work, but there's no plan. We don't know how to get work papers. They don't tell us anything. They just wait around for people to bring hot dogs and things like that who are volunteers who are helping out."
Well, and also Brandon Johnson's make-believe budget that he passed, or is trying to pass, $150 million is going to immigration. It's going to be 30 or 300 million easily, and that's going to only last a few weeks or a few months, I should say. Because they're banking on state and federal aid, but that might not come.
Well, exactly, and I think the whole lie of this budget is that we're talking about the migrants who have made it here under these asylum, et cetera. Well, there's been over 8 million people total across the border in the last in the last whatever it is 3 years. When you count everybody, and we're going to have many more people than these 18,000. We're going to have hundreds of thousands come over the border into Illinois. And so when you start racking up the Medicaid costs that nobody seems to know what they are, you start racking up the school costs, right? Because there's going to be a lot of school children. There's going to be all kinds of transfer payment costs. We're talking billions. And I think New York State, New York City has been much more honest about what it's going to cost them. We're talking about still here, hundreds of millions. No, it's going to be billions. And it's going to come out of the hides of other people who deserve public safety, who deserve a better education and better health care. It's going to come out of their hides, and you can see why those black communities and Latino communities are so upset.
Ted Dabrowski, President, wirepoints.org, all things Illinois policy related. Ted, thank you as always.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Relief Factor, pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. Relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
From the studio that brought you Sound of Freedom comes After Death.
What happens after you die?
A new cinematic experience that explores some of life's biggest questions with expert interviews and first-hand accounts.
I never felt alive and then dead. I felt alive and then more alive.
I heard a voice before I woke up. You still have a purpose on Earth.
After Death. In theaters October 27th. Get tickets now or pay it forward at angel.com/afterdeath.
This is Dennis Prager. Now you can listen to my show when it's convenient for you and without censorship from big tech. Become a member of the ultimate online community for all things Prager. It's Pragertopia Unlimited. Listen to every radio show over the last 10 years, all commercial free. You can even listen to all my Torah teachings for free. Join today and save 25% off the first year and get a free Pragertopia coffee mug. Go to Pragertopia.com.
All right. Are you tired of the heat and humidity, but more importantly, the musty, damp odor that hits you when you walk in your front door? Yes, even if it's cold out, there's still humidity in your house, and the air from your basement or crawl space will eventually permeate up into your living space. Do you know that the air in your home can be 5 times more polluted than the air outside? Well, guess what? Our good friends at Permaseal can help with that. Their PermaDry air filtration and dehumidification system controls humidity and cleans the air. It prevents the increase of mold spores and removes them, and it removes airborne dust particles, allergens, and bacteria. PermaDry does not cost a lot of money to run either. Guess what? You can save $189 a year in electricity costs over the store-bought portables. So give them a call now and ask about this system, and also ask about their crawl space encapsulation. The number to call, you know, at 800-421-SEAL, 800-421-7325, or visit permaseal.net.
Join us for the Bank the Blue Gala on Friday, October 27th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center in Rosemont. Welcome address by Masters of Ceremonies Fox 32 anchor Anita Padilla and sports anchor Lou Canellis as we raise both awareness and funds for our heroes in blue that need our support. Bank the Blue is a nonprofit organization that funds confidential mental health services and officer wellness programs for Illinois law enforcement officers. Local departments alone are unable to provide the mental health wellness services that their officers so desperately need. The goal of this event is to build awareness surrounding the importance of officer wellness, to combat the stigma associated with officers and mental health, and to fundraise for this important cause. We anticipate 1,000 attendees from both the law enforcement and civilian communities. The third annual Bank the Blue fundraising gala is on Friday, October 27th at the Donald E. Stevens Convention Center. Corporate sponsorship opportunities and individual tickets are available. Visit bankthebluegala.com for more details. That's bankthebluegala.com.
Guys, a lot of people talking about testosterone, but do your homework and go to a provider you can trust. I trust my friends at Low T Center, where I've been getting my levels checked the past 8 years. At Low T Center, they make it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with our on-site lab, you get your results back in about 25 minutes. If you've been feeling tired, grumpy, notice weight gain and loss of muscle mass, these could all be signs of low testosterone levels. Low T Center is not your typical doctor's office where you have a long wait. It's concierge medicine exclusively for men. They have affordable and convenient options for treatment, including physician-monitored self-inject treatments that ship directly to you each month, so there's no need to drive to the center for weekly visits. And right now, Low T Center is only $25 to get your T-level tested, with results back in about 25 minutes. So what are you waiting for? Log on now to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Tell them Dan Prof sent you when you do. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
I'd like to tell you about something that speaks to the very core of our values as Americans, a veteran-owned company on a mission to make a real difference in the lives of our military members. Talking about Pure Talk. Our veterans gave everything to protect our nation, and Pure Talk understands the sacrifices they've made. They've set an ambitious goal to eliminate $10 million in military debt by Veterans Day, and they need your help. When you switch to Pure Talk's lightning-fast 5G network, they'll donate a portion of every new order to this cause. You could make a real difference just by choosing this wonderful cell phone service. And Pure Talk's plans start at just $20 a month, offering unlimited talk, text, more data, and a mobile hotspot. Just dial pound 250, pound 250, and say the keyword Dennis Prager to make the switch. Dial pound 250 and say Dennis Prager to switch to Pure Talk today.
Dan Proft here for Northridge Prep. Northridge Prep is a great place to be a boy. What does that mean exactly? In short, it's thanks to a foundation of an all-boys environment that builds your son up into a man of intellect and character who loves God. The teachers and faculty members become mentors to students. And when you combine that with an atmosphere that's fun, competitive, and challenging, it creates an exceptional experience for your son. And the result is that the boys just love Northridge. They've been educating boys for nearly 50 years. And one of the things that stands out to me is their commitment to partnering with parents. Now, you hear this a lot with schools, but at Northridge, the parents can't stop talking about it. They built a community that really works together. Raising kids is difficult these days, and at Northridge, you can be confident your son is on the right path. They're having an open house on Sunday, October 22nd, for boys in grades 6 through 12. Register today at northridgeprep.org. Again, that open house is Sunday, October 22nd. Register at northridgeprep.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
It was featured in her Reveille commentary at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to former State Representative Jeannie Ives, who's a host on our airwaves now, at 8:08 about the right to parent referendum she is spearheading for the November ballot next year. That's at 8:08.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Bail denied for the landlord charged with killing a young Muslim boy. Amundsen Park neighbors still fighting for their field house. And a win for the Blackhawks in Toronto. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
A show of solidarity. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. President Biden leaves the White House tonight to fly to Israel for meetings with Israeli leaders about the war with Hamas terrorists in Gaza, a war that could be expanding to the north.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad continue to fire rockets into southern and central Israel, sirens sounding across this country, sending millions to bomb shelters. The anticipation is certainly high amid the questions about when this ground operation into the Gaza Strip will take place. The Israelis are concerned when they enter Gaza, almost immediately, the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah could start a massive attack on northern Israel.
Fox's Trey Yanks. After Israel, the president meets with Arab leaders in Jordan. What's believed to be the first Hamas hostage videos released of a 21-year-old French-Israeli woman asking to be released. She was kidnapped from a music festival where at least 260 people were killed. A vote's planned on the House floor this afternoon for Speaker of the House, maybe multiple votes if Republican Jim Jordan does not get enough Republican support at first.
I feel good about how things are moving.
The House has been without a Speaker since Kevin McCarthy was voted out 2 weeks ago today. Former President Trump plans to be in court for his business fraud civil trial in New York today, and also he'll be answering questions under oath for lawsuits filed by former FBI employees Peter Strzok and Lisa Page, who'd exchanged disparaging text messages about him.
Strzok, a lead agent in the FBI's Russia investigation, is suing the Justice Department, saying he was wrongfully fired for exercising his First Amendment rights. The suit brought by Page, a former FBI lawyer, says the DOJ violated her privacy by giving copies of her text with Strzok to the news media. Both parties say the DOJ acted under pressure from Trump, who frequently went after them on social media, accusing Strzok of treason. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Retail sales were up 0.7% last month, more than twice what most economists expected. The Commerce Department report shows spending at restaurants was up 0.9%, spending online up 1.1%. America's listening to Fox News.
42 degrees, sunshine at 8:02. On AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Loved ones said goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered yesterday for the funeral of Waidia Al-Fayumi at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
When he was dead,
he was last words to his mom. Mom, I'm fine. You know what? He is fine. He's in a better place.
The uncle of Wadia Al-Fayumi spoke yesterday. Meantime, bail denied for the Will County landlord Joseph Chuba, accused of killing the 6-year-old and injuring his mother, according to prosecutors, for being Muslim. Chuba appeared in court yesterday on charges of murder, attempted murder, aggravated battery, and committing a hate crime. More than 100 gathered Monday evening for a prayer vigil and solidarity rally for victims in Israel.
We're heartbroken. The pain is tremendous. And it doesn't just go away because a few days go by.
Rabbi Shalom Nodak organized the event in Wheeling. Security was very tight to ensure a safe environment. Joliet Township has confirmed, after a quiet announcement over the weekend, it will no longer ask for a grant to house migrants. Comes after an explosive meeting earlier last week when residents claim township officials were trying to sneak through an $8.6 million grant deal. Joliet Park District also pulled the township lease, saying it was never told a certain building would be used for illegal migrants. Under the proposal submitted to the state by Supervisor Angel Contreras, Joliet Township was looking to create 3 migrant centers and 1 clinic. Blackhawks 4-1 winners over the Maple Leafs in Toronto. Cowboys fend off the Chargers 2017 in Monday Night Football. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Elizabeth McDonald, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Investors are mulling over some big reports in this morning from Johnson & Johnson, Bank of America, and Goldman Sachs, all beating estimates for earnings and revenue, though the investment banking heavyweight Goldman Sachs did see profit decline from a year ago.
That shows you the drop, steep fall on real estate losses, and also the write-down of its Green Sky. It's fintech, does home loans. They're trying to ditch their consumer aspirations, their consumer side of the business.
Fox's Lauren Simonetti. And the British sterling is falling after data showed that growth in British workers' regular pay slowed from a previous record high, and job vacancies also dropped, with a softer labor market boosting the chance that the Bank of England will hold rates unchanged. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Lillian Wu, invested in you.
Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
November 2nd, 2020, marked the 100th anniversary of the first commercial radio broadcast. We're still here, and we're bigger and better than ever. You can still listen to us over this great radio station, but now there are no limitations. Your smartphone is now your smart radio. Listen to us online on the app, TuneIn.com, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey.com. Your smart speaker can find us too. With radio, there is no separation anxiety. We're always on. AM 560, The Answer.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful at lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question, and the owners of Relief Factor tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. That's right, designed to heal, and I agree with them. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, yes, 100% drug-free ingredients, each helping your body deal with inflammation. Each of the 4 ingredients deals with inflammation from a different metabolic pathway. That's right there, approaching from 4 different angles. May be why so many people find such wonderful relief. So if you have back pain, shoulder, neck, hip, knee, or foot pain from exercise or just getting older, you should order the 3-week quick start, discounted to only $19.95, to see if it will work for you. It has for about 70% of the 500,000 people who've tried it, and they've ordered more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF, the number 4RELIEF, to find out about this offer. Feel the difference.
Bettenhausen Mobility is the fastest growing authorized Braun Ability dealer serving the Chicagoland area. Bettenhausen offers a complete lineup of wheelchair accessible vehicles with the options to fit all your mobility needs. As a Braun Ability dealer, Bettenhausen Mobility can provide sales and service to all accessible vehicles and mobility solutions on several makes and models. Whether you need side entry with manual or power operation or different ramp options, Bettenhausen Mobility has a solution for you. Showroom open at BettenhausenMobility.com.
What's the best way to stop Joe Biden's agenda? No, it's not voting Republican. A better option is to vote with your wallet. Democrats get easy votes by giving away newly printed money, but we can fight this never-ending scam by making use of physical gold. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why I recommend a physical gold IRA from the Birch Gold Group. These special accounts allow you to preserve your retirement and help the country at the same time. Plus, you pay zero penalties or taxes on the transfer. To learn more, text the word PROTECT to 989898, and my friends at Birch Gold Group will send you a free info kit on gold IRAs. Birch Gold is the only gold IRA company I trust, so text PROTECT to 989898 to request your free info kit right now.
Paid for by Birch Gold Group.
Busy morning at 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of StarCase. When you need to protect your valuable equipment, put it in a StarCase. The most dependable road cases you can buy. Designed and made right here in the Midwest. Go to starcase.com to order your case now. The Kennedy right now is sitting at about 100 minutes from O'Hare into the Byrne Circle interchange, about an hour 40 now from the big airport into downtown. Kennedy outbound 43 back out to the big airport. The Ike at 80 minutes, 390 into the old post office. Outbound Ike accident reported near Des Plaines Avenue. Stevenson inbound, you're jammed up from Harlem all the way into the Ryan. It is an hour 8 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. The Dan Ryan jammed up because of an earlier accident in the locals inbound between the Skyway and 18th. DuSable Lakeshore Drive remains closed due to a fatal accident investigation. All traffic is forced off at North Avenue. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is a parking lot this morning. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Today, lots of sunshine, the high at 61. Partly cloudy tonight, low 47. Partly sunny, nice day tomorrow, breezy, and the high 69. Clouds and a couple of showers around on Thursday. High Thursday afternoon, 62. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
42 and sunshine at O'Hare. Next news at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas, great coffee, period. Roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. I saw a recent Emerson poll that had Governor Jelly Belly's approval rating down barely over 40%.
Oh, no. What's he going to do?
So, boy, an enterprising opposition party might try to take advantage of that. Unfortunately, we don't have one in Illinois.
No, we don't.
Interestingly, too, Biden up 9 against Trump in that same poll, which, of course, is, a much smaller margin than his margin of victory in Illinois in 2020 or Clinton's margin of victory in 2016. So there has been a few people who have decided to give common sense a whirl. By contrast, in Pennsylvania, that same Emerson group found Trump up 9 on Biden. Pennsylvania, which is sort of increasingly believed to not be a swing state anymore. Maybe, if things keep going the way they're going under this president, maybe it will be in 2024. We'll see. Not Illinois, I know, but Pennsylvania, that would be a game changer. That certainly would change the electoral calculus, wouldn't it? So in the absence of a Republican Party, what's there to do locally to engage, to try to claw back towards sanity? Well, one opportunity may be this right to parent referendum question. If you don't have Republican candidates worth a lick doing anything particularly relevant, you do have some conservative grassroots activists filling the void or attempting to. Jeannie Ives, of course, is one of them, former state representative. She's the co-founder of Breakthrough Ideas, and she's the host on our airwaves of The Real Story, Sunday evenings, 7 to 9 p.m. The Right to Parent petition, you heard her commentary at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour on it. What is it? How to get involved? How important? What kind of impact? Let's ask her. Jeannie, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Dan and Amy. Thanks for having me on.
So explain what the petition is and what it takes to get the question you want to put to the residents of Illinois on the ballot.
So very simply, the advisory question asks whether or not you should have the written consent of a minor's parent or guardian before anybody, entity, person, clinic, school, can perform any non-emergency medical procedure, give a child medication, a pharmaceutical, or any gender modification procedures, counseling on gender identification, or gender therapy. It's very straightforward. And we're asking the question. So it's not an easy lift. We understand that, but it's simply an advisory referendum question because we can't actually do something on a constitutional amendment because, of course, our laws prevent citizens from actually changing our Constitution in meaningful ways, like saying that you have a right to parent, but we are going to ask the polling question. And so it takes, it's going to be 328,000 signatures minimum, petition signatures to get on the ballot. We're shooting for 500,000. We'd like those in by April 1st, and people can go to parentsmattercoalition.org, parentsmattercoalition.org. They can download the petition right there, the instructions, and get more information, and they can start to circulate it and send it back in. This is a very much a grassroots effort. We think it's worth doing, and I personally think it'll be very telling about who you're surrounded by in Illinois. So I'm encouraging people, take it to your school board members. I mean, we are definitely targeting schools about what they've been doing to transition students behind parents' back. Take it to your school board members. If they refuse to sign this petition, publicize their name.
Well, tell us some stories about people trying to, get their kids transitioned behind the parents' back.
Well, I think the most alarming one comes actually from a 2019 USA Today article that Jay Keck wrote. He was an opinion contributor at that time, and he writes that his 14-year-old daughter became convinced she was a son, and his attempt to help her at her public school, which, by the way, was Hinsdale Central, undermined him in every step of the way. So he said this started in 2016. He wrote this editorial in 2019, and they thwarted his and his wife's ability to help their child through this gender dysphoria. And she was on the autism spectrum. He fully admits that in this article. And they just hid it behind her. He even went into them and said, we don't want her to transition. You use her proper name. You use the right pronouns. And they did not do that. The schools worked against the parents. To me, that's like the most alarming one. And that goes years back.
And
but, this is happening everywhere.
And so just to make sure I understand the scope of the advisory question, that would then also include notification of parents with respect to a minor who sought an abortion, right?
That's correct, but we're going past notification to written consent. We don't think it's enough.
Right, yes, exactly. And you're right. So you would have to, notify the parent that this is happening, make sure they know, and then consent. You couldn't have some counselor ferry some teenage girl to Planned Parenthood, or preteen for that matter.
Well, that's right. But, I mean, again, it's not even the law. And actually, this idea of an advisory question, let's take the poll question of the real citizens in the state of Illinois, because you've got gerrymandered districts in every single situation where the Democrats have picked their voters, and these guys are just completely full of themselves. They're they're ideologues, and they're not really listening to the citizens. We believe this is easily a 72% question, because if you look at polling, 72% of people believe that parents have a right to know about their minor daughter getting an abortion. But so it's time to ask the question, but we go to actual written consent. We don't think it's enough just to notify.
Yeah, consent, exactly. And this is also, too, this is important because this is the age of the abortion pill as well. So you wouldn't even need to necessarily go anywhere.
Yes, but there's a whole host of other reasons to do this. So let's say that you've got a woke 20-year-old camp counselor who wants to talk to your 14-year-old daughter about the fact that maybe she's just really a boy. Well, that's another thing that kind of covers this. That's why we say any entity, person. But we do specifically talk about schools because at the Parents Defending Education website, which you can look at, they have a list of school districts where they actually say that you can hide the status from parents of a kid's transgendering. And of course, on that list are a number of Illinois schools, including my own school district. My own school district's on that list, District 200.
Wheaton-Warrenville.
Wheaton. Yeah, they're on that list to hide a student's transgender status from their parents. And this is official ISB guidance. This is Pritzker's official guidance.
Well, did you hear what the IHSA is doing? So if there is a transgender or somebody who claims they are, you can't just say you're transgender. You have to get a note from your mom and dad, not from the school, but from your mom and dad saying that you're going through transitioning in order to play on that said sport. So do you consider that a little bit of a victory?
Well, that's a step in the right direction. Great. I look forward to a lot of people signing on to this, and of all sort of political persuasions. It's just common sense. It's an inherent right of parents to know what's going on with their child.
What does the coalition look like at present? Does it include any elected officials, or is this strictly an initiative of sort of the pro-family grassroots?
Well, it started out with a parishioner at St. Michael's basically wanting to try to reverse the repeal of the parental notification of abortion. And I talked with him because I know him personally, and then Mary Kate Knorr of Illinois Right to Life. And we kind of, us three came together and said, hey, we think we should broaden this to include some additional items like schools, transitioning kids behind parents' back. And so we put this together. It took a few months to do. But, I think Catholic Vote's with us. I'm sure the pro-family groups will be with us. We're sure that a lot of other legislators will be with us. But we want parents to weigh in. We want citizens to weigh in on this more than anything.
Well, and of course, and then, for those who would oppose an advisory question that has no that's not legally binding in any way, well, the response would be, what are you afraid of? People to express their opinion? I mean, this is a blue state. All the politicians run around saying Illinois is this blue state. It's this progressive haven. So if it's all those things and the electorate is sympathetic to the positions that the political ruling class has taken, then that should be reflected in a popular response to this advisory question, right?
Absolutely. So don't just take it to your school board members, take it to your elected officials at every level, but really your state reps, because if this advisory question receives, a good majority, a majority period, actually, we shouldn't even have to ask this question. It's insane that we have to ask it. But if it receives a majority opinion, then we should expect our legislators to then forward legislation that protects parents' rights in this way. And if they don't, that tells you a lot. But if they refuse to sign, that tells you everything you need to know about them. And that should be publicized. So you take it to your state rep. If they won't sign this petition, put it out publicly. And that's something that you can send back to our website, parentsmattercoalition.org. You can email us that response, and we'll publicize it for you.
Well, and the other thing this does, too, is it gives people a reason to perhaps engage and at least participate, like in terms of voting, even if they're otherwise forlorn about their choices at the local level or don't see much hope of a Republican winning this state in the presidential race.
Yes, and I mean, if they also attempt to for example, throw this question out if we get the sufficient number of signatures to file, and then they attempt to throw the question out for any reason, any legal challenge. I mean, that's just another reason to say Illinois is lost. It's completely lost. Or if the question makes it to the ballot, and you can't even get 50% of the people that live around you and are actual active voters to vote for parental rights. Then what the hell? Why do you want to live with people that feel this way?
It's like the country song, "One More Last Chance" for Illinois. Maybe Vince Gill will record some music to the "One More Last Chance" for Illinois to signal some sign of intelligent life, the right to parent petition.
A lot of us expect that the Democrats will attempt to put a constitutional amendment on the ballot that enshrines a right to an abortion in the state of Illinois. And so this, if that question comes up and then this question's below it, well, we'll see how people choose.
She is Jeannie Ives. She's the co-founder of Breakthrough Ideas, a former member of the Illinois House, host of The Real Story on our airwaves Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m. And again, the petition she was talking about can be found at parentsmattercoalition.org. parentsmattercoalition.org. Get involved, get some petitions, go to your school board, go to your elected officials, go to your neighbors. At least you're getting out early, so there's plenty of time to gather the requisite number of signatures if people are so motivated. Jeannie, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, and she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Please join us for the Abstinence and Marriage Education Partnership's annual banquet on Friday, November 17th at the Cotillion in Palatine. Come hear Scott Phelps, our executive director, along with Bridget Ziegler, co-founder of Moms for Liberty. AMP exists so that every teenager in the country has the opportunity to hear a clear message about the benefits of abstinence until marriage. There is no cost to attend. Please register online at ampartnership.org. That's ampartnership.org.
All right, I can't wait to do it. I need balance of nature today more than any day. Frazzled over here. 31 whole fruits and vegetables. And you have to admit, you didn't have enough fruits and veggies last night. And when you give your body the best possible fuel, you have more energy. You're stronger. You can think more quickly. Things are better. So get the nutrition your body needs and get the nutrition your body craves. Because once you start taking balance of nature, you look forward to it every day. I take 6 capsules and crack them open into warm water and then down it, and voila, good to go. 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. Be sure to use discount code Chicago or online at balanceofnature.com, discount code Chicago.
The best way to stop Joe Biden's agenda is to opt out of his inflation game by diversifying your savings into gold. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and this is why I recommend a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, text the word SHELTER to 989898 to get a free info kit on gold. Birch Gold is the only gold company I trust, so text SHELTER to 989898 right now.
Paid for by Birch Gold Group.
Guys, a lot of people talking about testosterone, but do your homework and be sure to go to a provider you can trust. I trust my friends at Low T Center. It's where I've gotten my levels checked the past 8 years. At Low T Center, they make it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with their on-site lab, you get your results back in about 25 minutes. If you've been feeling tired, grumpy, notice weight gain and loss of muscle mass, these could be signs of low testosterone levels. Low T is not your typical doctor's office where you have a long wait. It's concierge medicine exclusively for men. They have affordable and convenient options for treatment, including physician-monitored self-inject treatments that ship directly to you each month, so there's no need to drive to the center for weekly visits. And right now, Low T Center is only $25 to get your T level tested, with results back in about 25 minutes. So what are you waiting for? Log on now to lowtcenter.com to book your appointment online. That's lowtcenter.com. Tell them Dan Proft sent you. When you do, Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, some goings-on in flight. Did you catch the story? Maybe you caught the top line of it, the report that a Panama City flight that was bound for Tampa, Florida, had to turn around because of a suspected bomb.
Real? I did not hear about that.
Yeah. You know what it turned out to be?
A Delta passenger?
No. An adult diaper.
What?
An adult diaper apparently was called in as a potential bomb, and the flight bound for Tampa had to return to Panama City, Panama.
How big was this adult diaper?
Well, here's my theory on it.
Yes?
My theory is that someone knew the story about the diarrhea plane and was like, somebody is about to go off, and let's get back to Panama before somebody runs down the aisle spraying the...
Was it adult diaper left in the overhead bin or on a chair?
No.
Or it was going through a checkpoint?
I don't know where it was left. I don't know if it was retrieved from somewhere, but there is a picture of the adult diaper.
Oh, did you tweet it out or where can I see it?
No, I didn't tweet it out. I try to reserve my tweeting for things that are more substantive. But, yeah. But anyway. Yeah, so that was one. I got another one, adult diaper related. This could actually be something that we start doing here in America. This comes to us from Japan. A group of sumo wrestlers, so adult diapers, sort of.
Oh, fashionable adult diapers. Oh, I see the adult diaper now. Okay, go on.
Yeah, doesn't really scream bomb, but like I said, if you're thinking about the diarrhea, anyway. Yeah. Japan Airlines had to schedule an extra flight because they were concerned that a group of sumo wrestlers exceeded the weight limit for 2 planes.
Thank you. I've been complaining about that for years.
Well, the difference, of course, is the typical passenger for Japan Airlines is about 100 pounds less than the average weight of the sumo wrestlers in question. They were going to some sporting event. But here, what do you think the average weight of a sumo wrestler is?
I'd say 300.
Yeah, you would think.
Am I right or what?
No, it's sort of like thinking about what the average weight of a defensive lineman is. Remember when William the Refrigerator Perry, first 300-pound lineman is 305 pounds. Now, the average weight on these lines is like 330.
What is it?
The average weight for the sumo wrestlers on this flight that had to be diverted so they could arrive safely, or they had to charter another plane, 264 pounds only.
That's it?
Yeah.
Huh.
But it's 100 pounds more than the weight of the average Japan Airlines passenger. Now put that in American context. My flight from Chicago to Fort Myers.
Yes.
I would say the average weight of the passengers was probably pushing 264, and there were no sumo wrestlers that I could identify.
I'm telling you. And then every time I get on the plane, then they ask for those extended seatbelts. I'm like, please, no, not. And then when they run out of them, that's when we need to charter a second flight. Because we are going to go down because people will not control their appetites.
I mean, it's
God,
a market
opportunity. I feel so bad now.
Well, it's a market opportunity definitely for the Pritzker family. I mean, Jelly Belly Airlines.
Belly up.
Yeah, okay. Jelly Belly Airlines. So something like that. We'll workshop it.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
In our latest installment of Sports and Politics, the state of Wisconsin, our neighbors north of the Cheddar Curtain, have moved to impose restrictions on trans athletes in sport at the K through 12 level. We'll discuss 8:38.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
42 degrees, clear skies this morning. Fog is clearing. Israel has bombed areas of southern Gaza, where it told Palestinians to flee ahead of an expected ground invasion. Fox's Mike Tobin is there.
The Israeli forces who have massed along the Gaza Strip, waiting to see when they will get their orders to begin the ground offensive. Meantime, rockets continue to strike Israel, both from the Gaza Strip and in the north, as Hezbollah continues to ratchet up tension and the risk of opening a second front. As far as the ground offensive getting underway, yesterday an IDF spokesman said the ground offensive will start when the commission meets the needs of the army.
Fox's Mike Tobin on the ground in Israel today. Police in Belgium have shot dead a suspected Tunisian terrorist accused of killing 2 Swedish soccer fans in a brazen open-air attack on a Brussels street before disappearing into the night. Interior Minister Annelies Verlinden saying this morning that they have recovered the gun that was used, and again, the suspected Tunisian terrorist tied to ISIS has been killed. President Biden is heading to Israel tomorrow. White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby discusses safety logistics.
There's no question it's a dynamic area and in many ways a combat zone. The president's well aware of that. Obviously, we'll take all the appropriate security precautions to make sure that he can conduct this trip safely and effectively.
Biden is expected to meet with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Vote for a new Speaker of the House is expected today. Representative Jim Jordan of Ohio will be on tap and under scrutiny as the House convenes at noon Eastern. The GOP, of course, holds a slight majority in the House. Loved ones said goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend. Hundreds gathered yesterday for the funeral of Waidia El-Fayumi at the Mosque Foundation in Bridgeview.
When he was stabbed, he was last words to his mom. Mom, I'm fine. You know what? He is fine. He's in a better place.
The uncle of Waidia El-Fayumi. Meantime, bail denied for the Will County landlord Joseph Chuba, accused of killing the 6-year-old boy and injuring his mother, prosecutors say, for being Muslim. Meantime, more than 100 gathered Monday evening for a prayer vigil and solidarity rally for victims in Israel. The vigil was marked by security tight enough to ensure a safe environment. Former Chicago Alderman Danny Solis is expected to take the witness stand during the upcoming corruption trial of former Chicago Alderman Ed Burke. Burke charged with racketeering. The trial scheduled to begin November 6. Chicago sports, Blackhawks 4-1 winners over the Maple Leafs in Toronto. NLCS last night, the Phillies over Arizona 5-3 in Game 1 of that series. The news, a service of Lowe's. Klein tools are new at Lowe's. And right now, get the new Klein 3-piece ModBox mobile workstation exclusively at Lowe's for just $319.94 because Lowe's knows tools and Lowe's knows pros. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Freedom Summit Chicago tickets are now on sale. Join AM 560, The Answer, on November 11th at the Westin Chicago Northwest for Freedom Summit, featuring Rand Paul, Judge Janine Pirro from Fox News, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and many more. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Best Dental Group of Bartlett, the Illinois Family Institute, and by Alpha Wealth Group.
Did you know most vitamin supplements have a warning label on the back? That's because without the synergy of thousands of nutrients working together that are found naturally in whole fruits and vegetables, vitamins are not balanced. This is why Balance of Nature only uses whole fruits and vegetables, no isolates or synthetic vitamins of any kind. We take a variety of 31 of the highest quality fruits and vegetables and remove the water without changing the rich chemistry. It's then ground to a powder, blended to perfection, and encapsulated, preserving the nutrients and making it easy to get the fruits and vegetables you need. So even though Balance of Nature comes in a capsule and looks like a vitamin, it's very different. Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order and get this special offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Your pet isn't just a pet, they're part of your family. Most of the pet food on the market is cooked at high temperatures, which kills nutrients. A scoop of Dynavite is a 3-in-1 daily supplement, adding back key nutrients to your pup's health. Try Dynavite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. That's dynavite.com/radio.
Happier, healthier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Dynavite.
Identity theft shows no signs of slowing down. In fact, more than $29 billion were stolen last year alone. That's a criminal success story and a wake-up call for everyone else. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. LifeLock makes it easy to help protect yourself if you become a victim. A dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. Join now and save up to 25% your first year with my name, Clay, as your promo code at LifeLock.com, promo code Clay.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Scott Tucker Solutions and his show Retirement Decoded. Sunday mornings at 8. Learn more at ScottTuckerSolutions.com.
8:38, let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and we will start on DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Southbound remains closed due to an accident at North Avenue. Traffic there being just past North Avenue. Traffic is being forced off at North Avenue. It is a parking lot from Lawrence on down. Avoid southbound Lakeshore Drive if you can. Police are still investigating that earlier fatal accident. On the toll roads, northbound Tri-State jamming up between Irving Park and Toohey and LaGrange Road up to North Avenue. The Adams overturned vehicle blocking a right lane eastbound between Beverly and Roselle. Reagan accident right lane block eastbound between Myers and York. I-80 an accident left shoulder westbound at Hobart. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast, mostly sunny and 61. Patchy clouds and 47 overnight. Skies are sunny. We have 43 at O'Hare. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Sports and politics and sports and politics and sports and politics and intersection. Arrogance and ignorance, arrogance, ignorance, and arrogance and ignorance. Intersection.
Yeah, in this installment, what's going on in Wisconsin? They're following almost 24 other states in moving to rein in the runaway trans deal with sports, but also, speaking of our conversation with Jeannie Ives at the top of the hour, the right to parent, they're also would ban the legislation, would ban gender reassignment surgeries on minors. 3 bills passed the Wisconsin House, go to the Senate. Now, of course, the Dem Socialist Governor, Tony Evers, has vowed to veto these bills if and when they get to his desk. But 3 bills. Limit high school athletes to playing on teams that match the gender they were assigned at birth. The same restriction would also apply to college athletes, so at state schools. And the third would bar doctors from performing gender-affirming surgery on minors. The Dems in Madison opposed all of these measures.
Of course they did.
Of course they did. And one state rep, his name is Frank Considine. Here's the argument that he made. Dave Considine. Dave Considine from Baraboo. State Representative Dave Considine made this argument specifically with respect to boys participating in girls' sports, and the argument that you often make, Amy, that it's unfair that girls would lose scholarships to boys.
Right.
college scholarships. He has an answer for you.
Okay, good. I want to hear
The best we got was, well, some parents are concerned that their daughter might miss out on a scholarship. They might miss out on playing for this team or that team. Boy, that doesn't sound like community. That sounds like selfishness. I'm sorry to label it that way, but that sounds like what it is to me. I'm only worried about myself. I'm not worried about building the team and having my school have a powerful team.
Oh, boy.
Selfishness, girls wanting girls' sports scholarships at the next level and upset when Leah Thomas would take them.
Leah Thomas took the spot from somebody else.
You're not being very team-oriented. You're building the team. Yeah, he did, and look how well he did and the team did because he took that spot from a woman. That's what Dave Considine, the state rep from Baraboo, who represents the Dem Socialists in the Badger State, had to say. What do you say? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. Play harder, get better, and think about the team above yourself. There's no girl.
I in team, Dan.
There's no girl in team either.
But because some of these women, and Mike knows because they're in swimming, they spend hours, weeks, months, years of their lives preparing for this. And if they get in at a collegiate level and somebody takes their spot, that's devastating.
Well, here's the thing. The most important thing, per Representative Considine, is putting together the best team. And so if that means men, then the way you solve the problem of women on the girls' sports teams at the collegiate level is just have more men. And if you started earlier with more men on the girls' teams, then you're going to need to add fewer men when it comes to the college sports teams. You see the logic?
Yeah. Do you see any women or trans women trying out for men's teams ever? This just seems to be a one-sided issue.
Well, again, it's the best. Representative Considine doesn't see sex.
Oh, okay.
So it's just about
So
it's about the best team.
Coming
Put
from
together
big old
the best
bad
team.
Baraboo, Wisconsin. Woohoo!
Right.
Mean streets of Baraboo. Yes.
Put together the best team. What's wrong with that? Jason in North Lake, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I mean, talk about saying the quiet part out loud. Yeah, let's just get a bunch of dudes, put them in Seder drills and stuff like that, so that way we can just utterly dominate.
Well, exactly. Thanks for the call. I mean, if you can get enough dudes, and it's a bit of an arms race. It's sort of like NIL money, right, at the collegiate level. You've got to get the right backers to provide the right financing to put together the best team that you pay for. Sort of the same thing here. All that matters is the best team and winning. And if that means dudes replace girls, then dudes replace girls. What's the big deal? The dudes who want to replace girls. Rick and Donner.
Okay, real
Go
quick,
ahead.
though, if you're going to go all in, get the operation done, because Leah Thomas has not had the operation done yet. So then he exposed himself to other swimmers that didn't even like that either.
Well, the NCAA guideline on this, which is what the current guideline is in Wisconsin, is you have to have started hormone therapy in order to, if you're a dude, in order to play on the girls' team. But of course, we know from the science, I know the science is irrelevant here with respect to all these men and women of data and science. Otherwise, science is irrelevant here. But we know from the science that starting hormone therapy after you've entered puberty doesn't diminish the entire structural advantage in strength and bone density, all the things that men have over women, including young men over young women. But again, the important thing is team, and everybody should be a team player. Rick, Downers Grove.
Hey, good morning. Hey, it's like this. It's like the college students that are, at whatever it was, that are pro-Palestinian, and the people that are totally in on the COVID thing and are still wearing masks. Their brains have been
indicating that this is wrong and shaming people who go down this rabbit hole and are interested in taking others with them. So again, you're talking about a minority viewpoint that is growing incrementally, as we've seen on so many issues, only because of the failure to stand up to this motivated minority. So it's like then you're never going to get, well, how did they get these people in the first place? They didn't start here. Nobody was talking about this, 5-10 years ago. So where did it come from? It came from somewhere. People are persuadable. That's a reminder. And speaking of which, something the left understands that the right is still trying to grapple with, it would seem, staying in Wisconsin, people are persuadable. And the earlier you get to those people, the better. Like in 4th and 5th grade. Superior School District in Wisconsin. You think this is just, again, something that's occurring in these cosmopolitan Xanadu's like Chicago, New York, L.A.? No. And the outlying suburbs? No. Superior School District in Wisconsin, which is like 7 hours north of Chicago. I mean, it's all the way up by Duluth. Superior School District in Wisconsin, which counts about 5,000 students. Here's the gender agitprop that has being inflicted upon kids while they're in the classroom. Speaking of the right to parent advisory question, again, that we were talking to Jeannie Ives about the importance of this and driving a conversation using something like an advisory ballot question, calling the question, crystallizing it in a single question, calling the question to drive all of these debates to a place and force people to think through and take positions on these matters. Superior School District, take a listen.
Aww. Hi, baby. Are you a boy or a girl?
Funny you should ask, Sid. One of the first things they check when a new baby is born is what kind of body parts they have. They do that to determine a baby's sex. Most of the time, it's easy to determine, and sometimes it's more complicated.
This one has a penis. It's a boy. This one has a vulva. It's a girl. Congratulations.
Whoa. Let's hit the brakes, people. The way your body looks on the outside is only part of the story.
Huh? What?
Stay with me, gang. This is important. Hi, little one. Your sex refers to your physical body parts, remember? But there is also something called gender, which is how you feel inside your body and who you know yourself to be. And your gender, how you feel on the inside, doesn't always match the sex you were called when you were born.
Okay.
Let's say you were born with a penis and you feel like a boy inside. In that case, your sex and your gender match.
But what if you were born with a penis and you know you're a girl inside, not a boy?
Then your sex and your gender don't match.
Wait, what does know you're a girl inside mean anyway? Does that mean you have to love pink things and princesses?
Nope. Sometimes people refer to things as girl things and boy things, but this is just how people sometimes classify things, usually to make it easier to sell stuff to kids and their parents. Clothes, toys, and games are for everyone. You don't have to be a boy or a girl to like a certain thing. Sid, has anyone ever told you that you shouldn't play with something or wear something because you're a boy?
Well, yes.
The body parts you were born with don't always dictate who you are, how you feel, or what you like to play with.
Ah, that's such a relief.
Gender, how you feel and who you know yourself to be, tells you who you are, and there are a whole bunch of possibilities. Figuring out what feels right for you is just part of growing up. Bye, little cutie. You might want to change that diaper sooner than later.
Isn't that fun? 4th and 5th graders. All right, boys, who wants to join the girls' swim team? Raise your hand. I do. 4th and 5th graders in Superior School District in Wisconsin. And again, if it's happening in Superior School District, then you can pretty much surmise that it's happening in thousands of school districts around the country. Same grade level, if not younger. People are persuadable. Get to the kids. Earlier the better. Dennis, Evergreen Park.
Hello. All right, so first comment is that I think they elected one of the clowns from the circus up there in Baraboo. They closed down the circus, so he needed a new job. But following his logic is like saying it's fine to use steroids or it's fine to get ringers from other states on certain teams. It's a form of cheating. I mean, putting men in women's sports, simple as that. It's cheating.
Well, there you go. Thanks for the call, Dennis. But of course, then you just have people who deny reality. And that's what you'll get in response, which is there's no real evidence that men have an advantage over women in sports. I mean, that's literally said all the time. Yeah, pay no attention. Idiots. Pay no attention to your lying eyes. Pay no attention to your lived experience.
Coach a boys team and coach a girls team. And then
because I'm telling you, I'm telling you that there's no advantage. So given that there's no advantage, don't you want to be inclusive? Don't you want to put the best team out there? Don't you want to let everybody play? You don't want to be a meanie, do you? You know, South Park can't do all the heavy lifting here, folks. You know, South Park's got an episode coming up where they have recast all of the characters across the gender, racial spectrum, sexual identification, racial spectrum to parody all of this.
Oh, I can't wait to see
that.
But
they can't do it all. Parker and Stone can't do it all. You're going to have to do some of the heavy lifting, too. Vince in St. Charles.
Good morning, guys. The problem with these people is that they can't hack it as a man. So they put a wig on and they figure they could, do it as a woman and win. And they can't win in sports as a man. So they put the wig on. And like Amy said, if you want to go all the way, cut it off. Go all the way.
And if you're truly committed.
Thanks, Vince. If you're truly committed,
you're going to commit.
Well, yeah, I'm not advocating.
You and I see differently on that, though.
Well, what? I mean, why would you advocate somebody do that?
No, I'm just saying if you're all in, go all in. None of this half stuff. It's like you can't say you're kind of pregnant. You're either pregnant or you're not.
Well, that's one approach. The other approach is to say you're half in. Let's pull you out.
That's another approach too. You're right.
No pun intended. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Are you looking for an interview podcast where you can be entertained and informed? Come check out our new podcast, America's Talking, to hear conversations with great stand-up comedians like Mark Normand.
Norm made you feel smarter than him, even though he was smarter than you.
As well as with leaders in the United States, like former Ambassador Andrew Bremberg.
I remember the fall of the evil empire. When the wall fell, every adult I saw was crying.
I'm your host, Austin Berg, and I want you to join the conversation on our new podcast, America's Talking, right now on Spotify.
Are you looking for a new podcast where you can get your national news from a taxpayer's perspective? Check out the America in Focus podcast featuring the Center Square's Dan McCaleb.
This jobs report, in some ways, it contradicts what I'm seeing anecdotally.
And Casey Harper.
And it's not just the economy. He has a 28% approval on the economy, but he also has 36% approval on foreign policy.
Find America in Focus wherever you get your podcasts and subscribe. That's America in Focus, a news podcast from a taxpayer's perspective.
All right, just got done taking it. My Balance of Nature, love it. 6 capsules, crack it open into warm water, and voila, 31 different fruits and veggies in those bad boys. And I take it because a lot of you take it as well, and that's because we're not getting enough fruits and veggies on our own. 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. That is the number to call, or go online to balanceofnature.com, and be sure, whether you call or whether you go online, be sure to use discount code Chicago.
This is Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com for Town Hall. 2 new media polls this week give reason to hope in the common sense of Americans. Mainstream media outlets spent much of the last week trying to minimize Hamas terrorism by focusing on the plight of Gazans and potential Israeli war crimes in the war Hamas unleashed. But the American public did not get fooled. Both CNN and Washington Post ABC polls showed overwhelming support for Israel in the U.S. and majority support for their war footing against Hamas. Media coverage and the primal pro-terrorist screams from college campuses didn't put a dent in America's rejection of genocide and slaughter. But neither poll showed any hint of renewed confidence in Joe Biden's leadership either. It took Biden 3 days for him to publicly address the attacks that left at least 30 Americans dead and more missing or kidnapped. Only a third of Americans have even a moderate amount of confidence in Biden. Americans tend to rally around their leaders in times of crisis. Joe Biden is no leader. I'm Ed Morrissey.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy and Ron in Countryside, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I wanted to congratulate you guys. You're celebrating 10 years together.
We are?
Where are we
Okay,
going to
so
go
that
for a
means-
10-year anniversary?
Well, first of all, we're not celebrating it. But it's not 10 years yet. It's not 10 years.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to congratulate you on the fact you can't get fired now because you have tenure.
Hi-oh. Hi-oh. Very good, Ron.
I see
Thanks
what
for
he
the
did.
call. When is our 10 years is, I think, in February?
3 years from now? No.
No. Is it, wait, are we in year?
I don't know what year this is.
This
is 2023, yes.
Yeah. When did I? Well, you were here before me because I was at WLS, of course. But what is that? When is our 10
We'll
year?
find out. You know who will know? Bob from Buffalo Grove would know.
Yeah, good.
Because he sends cards. This is the anniversary of your start date. I mean, he's so thoughtful and he's our favorite engineer, right?
He's the show's archivist. Yes. Before we go, again, we mentioned this earlier in the show, but I just want to repeat. Please, don't be a hero up there in Wilmette. You've got about a little under 96 hours to flee for safety. Let's get on the roads before the expressways to New Buffalo are jammed. Saturday, Mount Carmel versus Loyola in Wilmette, and you know what that means.
Hey, my address, Debbie. That's it. Thank you. I live right across the street from Loyola. Now, two Thursday nights ago, August 24th, there was back to school night. You couldn't even walk down the street. They allowed you to park on the other side of our block. And there were people that were walking their dogs, their kids were out. They almost got killed. And second of all, when they have halftime on Friday nights, where do you think they're going? To the bars. And then they're going to be walking the neighborhoods drunk. I mean, do you guys even care? And then crime's going to come in because when they play St. Rita or Mount Carmel, everybody just comes from everywhere on the south side of Chicago. And there was 4 robberies in our neighborhood. I mean, seriously. It's going to make crime up, and it's going to make people not want to buy around here.
Exactly. Look, you can replace your home. You can't replace your lives. You can rebuild Wilmetians after Mount Carmel lays waste to Loyola on Saturday. You can rebuild.
Number 1 going against number 2, right?
Get out of there. Get out of there.
Thanks so much to George Hoffman, who's in for Justin Kosick this week, and to Quinn McCarthy. Today we're going to have plenty of sunshine and a high in the upper 60s. It's now 9 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Israel is still under attack. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, as it keeps bombarding Hamas terrorists in Gaza for an 11th day.
Rockets continue to strike Israel, both from the Gaza Strip and in the north, as Hezbollah continues to ratchet up tension and the risk of opening a second front.
Fox's Mike Tobin near the border with Gaza, where there are still nearly 200 people being held captive.
Hamas has released the first video of one of their hostages. It's Mia Shem. She's a young lady who was at the rave at Kibbutz Ra'im. She was shot in the arm. She underwent surgery while in Hamas captivity.
Now, Mia's mother said her first reaction to the video confirming her daughter's still alive was
the happiest moment in my life.
Then later, after watching the video again,
I couldn't stop crying because I see my baby in pain.
Now, President Biden will visit Israel tomorrow, talking to the Prime Minister and the Palestinian President and the leaders of Jordan and Egypt. The President's warned Iran and others who hate Israel to stay out of the conflict. However,
Iran's supreme leader says no one will be able to stop resistance forces and Muslims around the world if Israel continues its war on Hamas. By resistance forces, Khamenei means not only Hamas, but the Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon and other groups in Syria and Iraq.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. In 2 hours, House Republicans will try to unite around the new candidate for Speaker 2 weeks after Kevin McCarthy was ousted.
I think he's going to have the votes. Fellow Ohioan Jim Jordan deserves this. He's worked very hard. He's a leader. I think he's exactly what we need to be able to pull the House together at this time.
That's Congressman Mike Turner, but there are some in the GOP wary of the outspoken conservative. A handful of Republican no's would block Jordan. Former President Trump back in court this morning in New York attending a civil fraud trial. He just said,
"This is a disgraceful situation."
The former president and the Trump organization accused of fraud in the state. America's listening to Fox.
43 degrees and sunshine. 9:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Loved ones said goodbye to a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who authorities say was stabbed to death by a Plainfield area man over the weekend.
No child should ever have to pay for the crimes or for the manufactured image of a criminal on the part of anybody else.
Investigators say Waidia El Fayumi was killed by his family landlord, who also attacked his mother. Police allege the victims were targeted for being Muslim. Federal hate crime investigation has been launched. Bail denied for that Will County landlord, Joseph Chuba, who appeared in court yesterday on charges of murder, attempted murder, and committing